I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should've been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, what's wrong. I'm waiting for some time so long ago. I just need somebody to call my own, yeah, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me, they're everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they're telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I was a loner, you were a goner. I never wanted fairy tales. I was distracted, you were impacted. I never practiced fairly well, and it took too long. Where did I go wrong? Now I'm too far gone to turn back. It was an accident, it was a lie. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. Yeah. And you didn't trust me, should have been just me. I've always known you don't play fair. Back on my own now, cover is blown now. Thought you should know now, I don't care. You were an accident, you were a light. Even through the blackness, I can see the light. You were ammunition, shotgun by my side. We were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But you were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. But if I look around, nowhere to be found. But if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. You were by my side, body hadn't died. Now it's looking done, now I'm on the run. And if it's going down, if we're going down, if I'm going down, I'm taking you down with me. somebody to call my own, yeah. Lying in my bed, I feel your hands on me everywhere. But it's just a dream, it's all in my head. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I need to lose the demons from the past. Why can't I recover? I am waiting for love. 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 My friends, they telling me, go out and lose control, just let it be. Instead, I'd rather meet you in my fantasies. More and more I get, I wanna feel alive and not regret. Even though it hurts, I can't go back. Scared to be all by myself, always and forever. I wanna lose the demons from the past. How can I recover? I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for some love, baby. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love. I am waiting for love.
Hello, welcome everybody. I didn't realize we are going to come straight to me. I am just Oshina. I'm going to be solo casting today for the Asia Star Challengers Invitational, which of course is the Challenger League with all the different Asian leagues as we're coming into our semi-finals. Today's second semi-final is an all LCK CL clash between DRXC versus Hanwha Life C. And yeah, I'm gonna be vibing with you guys today. I'm gonna try and take as much as I can from the experience of Asterix yesterday, make this as entertaining as possible. But you know, sometimes it's good to have the experience, I say in my head, of being able to talk to myself a lot. But like I said, we are knee deep into this tournament in the knockout stage as well. Yesterday was an all LDL clash between IG Young and Max. It was Max who came out the victors in that 3-1 victory. And now on this side of the bracket, we actually have a little bit of a redemption. Our DRX taking down DK, you know, the second seed coming out here from LCK Challengers to bring themselves up. And Hanwha Life Esports as well, moving ahead of Fun Plus Phoenix as, you know, kind of second team as well, which means that we are going to have ourselves a little bit of an LCK Challengers head-to-head here, which means it is going to be LDL versus LCK CL in the finals, regardless of who that is. But of course, you want to be one of the two teams. That's just how it is. You just want to be one of the two teams that goes into that final and give yourself as much of a push forward as you possibly can. This is their worlds, man. This is how they get to get onto the LCK main. That's how they get down the LPL. It's how you make your mark within these leagues and such like that. But hopefully we will not have too many delays and we will be jumping into Champ Select very, very soon. But until then, you get to look at my fantastic mug and we get to kind of talk about where these teams are and how, or maybe the teams are, but maybe just kind of, you know, the general state of League of Legends. We are going to be on 13.16, so a little bit ahead of what we were on LPL. As we have a look at DRXCL, as we have a look at this team and see exactly these kind of guys, and they are honestly on a little bit of a kind of redemption run. They're the third seed coming in from LCK Challengers. They were fourth, you know, overall in the summer standings. They were able to make a little bit of a lower bracket run, but then they kind of got smacked down by DK Plus or D Plus Kia. And I think that this is a team that's kind of coming from strength to strength. They definitely looked a lot stronger comparatively to some of the other teams. The fact that they were able to beat DK on their way here, it says a lot for this roster and a lot about what they can and can't, you know, what they can do given the kind of right circumstances, you will. They were able to get that little bit of revenge. And being the 3rd seed, they're now going up against the 4th seed in Hanwha. There's a lot here for DRX Challengers to kind of, you know, push forward here. And again, this is some of the names we could be seeing in the LCK come next year with a team's looking for roster swaps and such. So there's a lot to kind of bring in today. And for Hanwha, they're the ones that, you know, in my opinion, are kind of an interesting one because they're the only kind of team to look at this. They're actually the only team at the moment in the knockout stages who have knocked out an LDL team. They knocked out Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze. So they're, you know, in a 3-2 kind of 5-game series. They're definitely coming in a little bit kind of, you know, more matured, shall we say, comparatively to their LCK Challengers finish of 4th. So, I mean, we gotta wait and see how these teams go. We gotta wait and see how they all kind of go for it. And, solo casting sucks. I feel bad for my boy. Don't worry, Sly. I have you guys with me. It's not a solo cast as such. It's a solo experience. You guys are here. I'm here. We're all gonna have some fun with it. So it's all gonna be good fun. But yeah, I mean, look, for Hanwha Life Esports Challenger, you can see the team comparison here. And I think there's a few things that kind of come up for me on this one that are very curious. Is definitely things like the you know, the Drake percentage, like huge emphasis there for Hanwha Life. 88.2% of the Drakes in their games they get. That's just a fact right there. So this is definitely going to be something that we've kind of seen from them to say, like, you know, in terms of neutrals, especially around that bot side, they are hugely set up to be, you know, kind of successful in that regard. And I really do think that this is going to be a very bot-heavy meta, even the way things are kind of going. And of course, we got to look at the two, you know, kind of the two people. Duckdom, of course, was on the LCK roster for a while, has been demoted down to the Challengers team, but still having that kind of, you know, presence, if you will. And you can see there with the KDAs between these two guys, 14.8 and 10.9. That's 1st and 2nd. That's the difference between these two guys, is literally that's how much of a difference we have between Lore and Duckdom. So I want to see what these guys are able to do. I want to see a little bit of kind of loose play coming out from these guys. And I want to know if they can solo carry. A lot of the time, you know, especially at this level, you're not looking to kind of be the greatest and, you know, tacticians of all time. If you were, you would just be straight up in LCK or in LPL. We'll see what those tacticians can be, because right now we are going to be second out this game. We are jumping straight in to find out who is going to be taking their spot in that finals up against Max later on tomorrow. But straight away, we can see the bans coming in there. You're targeting those hard CC things. Things like the Poppy and the Rel are just so powerful in those early stages. The Sejuani's still hovering around. And then the Tristana gets picked up. Good flex here for everybody. Everyone knows how good it's going to be, you know, just to be able to have either a mid or a bot. You get that perma push. You're able to continually take down those objectives. And that's where we're going to have to try and take ourselves, you know, from there. So the option, you know, the opposition now for Hanwha, do they want to take up that Jace Maokai combination? They do want the Maokai. Maybe they want the Renekton as well. We'll have to wait and see. I'm going to take a sip of water, because I've been talking straight for about 45 seconds. Oh, it's good water. But yes, we are going to see now exactly where these two teams want to go. And the Jax would not be a bad one, in my opinion. I do feel like it's kind of one of those things that, how do you say it? It's a pick that can do very well if given the right resources. So with the fact that you're picking up the Maokai as well, you're going to be able to kind of just even throw down saplings, keep him safe, get him that constant vision on the top side, let him get up to his Divine Sunder and maybe even a Spear of Shojin to get to that point where he's untouchable in the side lane. They had the option to take the Renekton themselves. They said, look, we don't really care that much. We want to give you that over. We want to try and say that we can take this a little bit later, than you. But I think for DRX, taking the Renekton makes a lot of sense, especially if that Tristana is going in towards that mid lane. Being able to kind of keep that top-heavy lane-winning matchups available to you. We'll see if they pick up their jungler here. I was just about to say, as it got locked in, the Rakan is definitely something that I would have preferred to see, just because it does give you that extra little bit of dive buddy engage. The thing with Renekton is that Renekton can't be your main forward engage. He cannot be the main thing that goes in and set things up for you. He has to be a secondary. There needs to be someone else, i.e. a Rakan, to be able to set these team fights up. So really like to see that coming out from TRX Challengers. Now for the side of Hanwha, they wanted to go for that Yone, and look, they are fully committing to the idea of a 1-3-1 right now. The Yone, the Jax, they do not want to be in too many kind of 5v5 ARAM situations. They want to be coming in from flanks. They want to be trying to get some pressure off in those side lanes and kill pressure as well. A Jackson, a 1v1 in the later stages of the game, 15-20 minutes, is dangerous. A Yone into a Tristana at 15-20 minutes into the game has kill pressure and will be kind of, you know, one of those players that needs to be kind of kept in check a lot of the time. So we'll have to see how everything kind of goes, and we'll have to wait and check to see where everyone brings this one. For the moment, we do see a lot of AD carry bans coming out. Interesting enough to see the Xayah being banned away there by DRX. They're not trying to take that one for themselves. I was actually going to say that maybe they wanted to ban away the Kai'Sa, but they're going to leave that one open. And let's see where they want to try and take the last bit of their draft. Of course, such top-heavy focus coming out here from both teams. We are actually kind of getting the AD carries way down in the priority, but you know, maybe there's method in the madness. We just have to wait and see. But for the moment, I'm trying to figure out how I get my preview up bigger, because for the moment it's actually not going anywhere, so I'm dealing off of a much smaller screen. So the Lilia, ooh, okay, I love this coming out from DRX Challengers. The big thing is that we have seen an awful lot of Maokai Renekton. You know, Maokai has kind of been the AP jungler, but Lilia is so good right now. She's a little snowbally. Absolutely, you do need to give her a little bit of time and resources, but having that carry and being able to combo it with a good frontline into Cassante now as well says to me straight up, like, this is a jungle carry position here for DRX. You're going to have a massive opportunity here with the amount of kind of, you know, in close contact available to you from Hanwha Life. Like, look at how short range they are. Everyone's going to have to be within a Q range of this Lilia. These lilting lullabies could be absolutely massive if he gets the right combination. I like the Alistar response. You're getting yourself a fair bit of kind of, you know, disengage and something that can stop the Lilia from getting in, or maybe even the Cassante from getting in on top of your carries. But, I mean, for Hanwha, you picked a very kind of go composition, and there's a hell of a lot of things you got to be very wary of. The Lilia, the Renekton, all things that can just kind of, that want to be on top of you, that want to have bodies around them to make the most of their kits. But, for the moment, it is looking like both these teams are happy with the way things have gone. They're going to maybe move things around. I'm not quite sure. We might have a delay of game. It usually happens sometimes. It's a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. I'm trying to... I did it yesterday, and I can't remember how I did it. And that's the issue I'm having right now, but we will see. Coming back to me. We will hopefully be jumping into game very, very shortly. I assume because nobody swapped that there is a slight issue with the champ select. There's probably an issue with it not kind of coming in. Do apologize if I'm lagging. Not quite sure why. My internet's decided to be not that great, but yeah, I'm excited to see what these two teams can do. I do think there's a huge amount of potential available to the side of DRX if they can get this Lilia going. If you can keep this snowball of the lanes that you've built up for yourself kind of, you know, into your favor, there's a massive amount of potential there just to kind of snowball this game from that get-go. Not really a lot you can do as a split pushing team on the side, a split push dive comp that you've kind of built up for yourself here on the side of Hanwha. Like, yes, you have the Maokai that can disengage, but you're not really in a position to fully get away from a lot of the things that are coming in here from the side of DRX. So if I was to choose a draft pick that I would prefer, definitely be DRX, just because they have a lot more tools at their disposal to try and make things work for them. But this is the semifinals, of course, anything can happen. And look, you know, even looking back historically between these two teams, Hanwha beat the DRX in the regular season to take the third spot in LCK Challengers. Then DRX 3-0'd Hanwha in the actual playoffs. So it's really hard to actually get a good read on these two teams and kind of say, like, who is actually better than the other. It kind of depends on the draft. Well, obviously it depends on the draft, but it also depends on kind of who performs on the day. It really does feel like both these teams have the potential to be able to build and go forward with a lot of different kind of setups and stuff. But I do apologize. I am speaking a lot for someone. I haven't done a solo cast in a very long time. It's fun, though. I'm glad to have everybody here and everyone kind of chilling with me. But, I mean, look, I'm excited for this. The ASCI is probably one of the best things that ever happened to it. We were always calling for an Academy Worlds, if you will. I would love to see ASCI then turn into like Academy NA, goes into one with the rest of the Americas, you know, CBLOL, Latin America, all that kind of stuff like that. You already have the EMEA Masters, so that's already kind of a qualifier for kind of a world championship as such. So I personally think it would be great if you made like semifinals in this, the top 4 from each of the things. You ended up like a 12-man or maybe in a 16-man tournament or something. Get something a lot more, you know, consistent going for these guys. But yeah, hopefully we'll get an update. I'm actually gonna look at my phone right now, and nope, no answer. I don't have anyone in my ear, so I am literally waiting for someone to text me to say that something has been updated or something like that. But it did look like it was just a slight champ select issue. I'm sure it's a quick remake. You get back into the lobby, make sure everyone's cool, no changes in the picks, and then we go back into it. That's generally how this one goes. But I'm excited, man. I'm dipping my toe into some LCK challengers. Obviously, of course, the guys over on the LCK English broadcast have been very good with providing an awful lot of context for these guys. There's a huge wealth of information I was able to glean from them, and just being able to watch. Just nice to be able to watch, of course. I believe Initialize was our LDL correspondent, if you will, co-streaming a lot of those games. So this is going to be interesting. Again, a lot of eyes are going to be on this for a lot of teams that didn't make it to Worlds. And I think that's something that people kind of forget about, is that, you know, the S Worlds is kind of the focus for a lot of teams right now. It's not really the focus for a lot of teams that are focusing on 2024. They're not going. They're not, you know, teams like EDG, even like DRX and stuff like that. They're going to be looking towards their challengers roster and saying, okay, look, do we have people to bring up? Do we have an opportunity to kind of get for it? Because it's a long off season, my dudes. It's a long off season. There is not really a huge amount to kind of say about, you know, your season once it ends, especially for LPL and LCK this year, with the fact that Asian Games is on. There's so much time between that and Worlds, so we'll see how it all ends up working out. But for the moment, happy to see where this one goes. And yeah, I don't know, I'm gonna text and ask if there's an update why it's delay. I'm gonna be very rude for the moment. We're a bit loose, fast and loose on this broadcast for the moment. But also, if you're in the chat, say hi. I do have it open. I will be able to say hi to you guys. I believe we're only on YouTube. I could be wrong, but I believe we're only on YouTube. I don't know. I'm gonna say a hot take right now. A hot take. I believe, in my opinion, that the YouTube player is a better player than the Twitch one. The fact that I can rewind, like it's like a video, but it's live, I love that. The YouTube player makes it so much easier to get into, like, you know, drafts and stuff like that. I can still see the draft, even though you guys can't see the draft, so I can tell you all the different picks that came in, all the bans. It's fun. I think it's a better player. I think Twitch is definitely the still #1 place for people to go for live streams, but I definitely think that the YouTube player is better. That's just my opinion, and there's nothing you can do about it. And yeah, hopefully we will get an update on something soon. I guess I've been told no picture. I'm not quite sure what that means. Does that mean that we have no picture? Does that mean that I'm not getting any picture? I don't know. I'll see if I can get any kind of ETA. Hopefully we will be able to kind of get ourselves going for this one here. But if you do have any questions, you know, let me know. I will be seeing people in the YouTube chat popping up and whatnot. So pop in, say hi. Let me know if you have any questions about things. If I can answer them, I will. If I can't, I'm just going to ignore them. And yeah, I'm excited. Let's help cast from chat. The delay will make it fun. I believe in Austin right there. I believe that he's the exact same. Yeah, this is the funny thing, is like sometimes these things happen, you know, like this tournament is happening in... Actually, where is this tournament happening? That's a very good question. I actually don't know. Where is it happening? Or is it just online? It might just be online. Either way, then, that means that the players are in Korea. The broadcast is happening, as in the people I'm working with are in Shanghai. I'm in Dublin, Ireland, and yeah, that's a lot of distance between us and them to get things going. So I do believe it's kind of it's a fun one. I do like this tournament though. I actually like this tournament a lot. I think it's a really cool idea to get all these guys in and to be able to have fun with, you know, kind of like the challenger scene and stuff like that. Get people moving up and around the different leagues, you know, basically just kind of high-end scrims, and I love that. I love the fact that we got so many. I think this is a 16 group tournament that basically got mini worlds for Asia Academy. You end up with 4 teams per 4 groups, 4 teams per group. Everyone plays a best of 1 round robin, double round robin, and top 2 make it out. We actually saw Hanwha Life Challengers get themselves a 6-0. Nongshim got a 6-0 as well. There was actually quite a few 6-0s from the LCK Challenger teams. But then they kind of started falling. Nongshim, unfortunately for them, they were the #1 team coming in here from Korea. They dropped to IG Young in the first round of the quarterfinals, so they were not, unfortunately, able to kind of go for it. And of course, we did have a civil war between DRX and DK. A lot of people would have said DK. I wouldn't have blamed them, but DRX able to kind of go for it. And then, yeah, Hanwha Life taking out Fun Plus Phoenix Blaze to kind of go for it. Where can you watch the match? You can watch the match here, Victor. But we're just waiting for the picture. We're waiting for any kind of information to be given to us. I'm just vibing with you guys right now. That's kind of what I'm doing. We got picks and bans. If you actually go back in the live, you'll see the picks and bans, but I'm not quite sure why we don't have the actual live game. I wonder if they're playing music. Are we playing music? If it's just my voice, it's gonna be really not great. It's just, you know, it's just little things, you know, make it more kind of thing. You hope to make it to Dublin sometime, then Wales. Yeah, man, go to the British Isles, British and Irish Isles, man. Dublin's fine. I definitely, as a Dubliner, as a born and bred Dubliner, there's awful not nicer places in Ireland to go. Dublin's kind of just a very small city, and it's not a very nice. Well, it's a nice city, but it's not a very good one. There's not a lot in it. There's like, oh, okay, you could literally walk the entire city in like 2 hours, if you really wanted to. So, you know, there's Galway. Galway's fantastic. Donegal is beautiful. Kerry, Tremor. There's loads and loads of like small seaside towns and a load of like kind of traditional Irish towns that are fantastic. So do recommend those. If I do get any kind of update, guys, I will let you know. I am just kind of here by myself. This is a little bit of a lastminute.com supply to try and get anything going for us. I was asked. I said I'd love to do it, and now I'm here. But I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. You know, 13.6. Actually, I should really get 13.16. Not 13.6, 13.16 in my PC right now. See if we can get some mid-patch updates and whatnot. But I mean, there's not really a huge amount. It's kind of the same stuff we were expecting. Tristana did receive nerfs, but it didn't really matter. Yeah, the Tristana nerfs weren't exactly stellar. We are moving on to Worlds patch soon, I believe. Live soon. You hate people said Dublin sounds great. Cool. That's good. Yeah, like Tristana, even though she's still like, you know, she got a couple of base things nerfed, it doesn't really matter. She was kind of like, her base armor was actually increased, her armor growth was increased, but her regen, her magic resistance and her base health reduced. It's not killer. Those numbers are not what make her strong, but they can affect her to a certain thing. DRX win. I hope so. I don't know, man. I hope so that we get some kind of League of Legends to talk about soon. I'm kind of on a thing. Oh, I see. It's a player equipment issues, apparently. Apparently there's player equipment issues, so we're going to have to wait. We're going to have to sit here and discuss the world of League of Legends without any game. I do apologize. Hopefully we will get that sorted ASAP. But if not, I don't know what to do. I don't have a lot of graphics. I don't have a lot of information to give you. But who wins, BDS or Golden Guardians in the last chance qualifier? Ooh, good question. You know what? I'm gonna bring it up on my thing so I can see the two teams. The French BDS versus the basically Korean team of Golden Guardians. It's a tough one. I have a lot of faith in Crowny as an AD carry. I think Crowny versus Stixay could be huge as a bot lane. And obviously Licorice versus Adam is huge as well. I don't know. I believe in the hype around Licorice, man. I believe in the hype around Licorice. I like him. I like him a lot, and I think he's a really good player, and I'm really glad to see him kind of finally doing well. So maybe there's a world that we get to see Golden Guardians do. You know what? I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna commit. Golden Guardians beat BDS, and I think it's a 3-1. You have you to give. You go with Golden Guardians. I have to, man. Like, that's the thing. That's the beauty of sports. I'm a Jets fan, unfortunately, as we just got off for one of our biggest wins ever that led to one of our worst losses in retrospect. But, yeah, I'm a Jets fan, and you got to stick to the good times and the bad. That's what makes sports incredible. I'm hoping that we can continue with the incredible team we've built up, and that the loss of Aaron Rodgers is not a big deal. And yeah, again, if you're just joining us and you're wondering where the games are, and you're looking at my mug and going, "Who the hell's this guy?" I'm Usheen, and I'm trying to keep you as entertained as I possibly can. We are waiting for player equipment issues. We had the draft, so if you're wondering what the draft was, you can go back in the VOD a little bit. And yeah, you can check out what the draft was. It was actually a Lilia picked up. We had a Cassante mid, which is a bit of an LCK special, of course. Yone was picked up, so lots of little things that can kind of work here for both these teams to thing. Golden Guardian went over 3-1. Delusional. Hey man, that's sports. That's sport. Do you know what the funny thing is? Here's the thought experiment. I don't think that LEC is as far ahead of LCS as people are. I think G2 is miles ahead of everyone else. But I think that the gap between G2 and the rest of LEC is much more significant than people think. Bills fan, Browns fan. Hey, good win for the Browns, man. Took down the Bengals. But great win. Bills fan, I feel bad for you, man. You guys have an incredible team. It's just a pity that for some reason Josh Allen refuses to throw the ball. But yeah, man, you gotta kind of go for it. But I do think there's a much bigger gap between LEC, or not as much of a gap between LEC like 2, 3, 4 and LCS 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. I don't think there's that big of a gap. I think that G2 are miles ahead of everybody, and I think they're going to be the one legitimate threat to the LCK and the LPL coming into Worlds this year. But I also think LPL are cracked. I think LPL are awesome, and I know I'm biased as hell because I cast that region, but I think JDG are going to do it. I think JDG are going to win the whole thing. I think they're going to be the first team to ever. What was it? The first team ever to do the Grand Slam, summer, spring, MSI, Worlds. Why not start it, Carl? There's a tech issue. Player had an equipment issue, so we're trying to figure that out. I have as much information as you now have, so yeah, there's a player equipment issue. Apparently, these players are playing from their facilities or back in Korea. So I have no idea how long that will take. I have no idea what the tech issue is. I have no idea what the equipment problem was. I don't know if it's a keyboard, if it's a mouse, yeah, kind of thing. I think I just explained it. If people are wondering what's happening, I will just keep explaining it because I don't think there's any music or anything happening here. But what was it? Yeah, the energy magic. The energy magic was great. Very counter logic of them. Very counter logic of them to to get knocked out and then immediately win the entire LCS. It's very counter logic, but yeah, you're in Northern Ireland, Carl. Well, I'm in Dublin. We're not too far away from each other. 2 hours max. Yeah, I'm actually gonna take a drink of water because I'm trying to like, talk. How do streamers do this all the time? I suppose they have something to look at. Well, maybe, I don't know. I have something. I like having something to look at and to talk about. What's my prediction for this game? It's a good question. I like DRX's draft a lot. If it's the same draft that we're going in for this one here, I'm just going to check to see if we have anything. It's been about 15 minutes, so I have no idea. I like DRX's draft a lot. I think that having the kind of baiting out the Yone a little bit and kind of saying, look, you know, we're going to go with the Tristana mid, and then kind of seeing the Yone go mid, and they're like, cool, we can get the Cassante, he can mitigate that that Yone and kind of go for that. I think it's going to be a DRX win, but again, this is no fault of anybody's, and this is not me giving flame, but this is challenger level games, so you kind of have to take that into consideration that something might just happen, you know? Something crazy might just kind of put in, and it might just completely change how the game is supposed to function just because of that one small mistake or one small opportunity that was given. What's your thoughts on the removal of mythic items? I think it's a good idea to remove them. I thought, look, and I don't think it's a problem that they're being removed or that they were added. I think people are very quick to condemn something once it's like brought in and then taken away again. People are kind of like, oh, it was clearly a terrible idea, why would they do this? But at the end of the day, you got to try something new. You got to do something different in order to potentially find a solution to what your actual problem is with item builds or with anything like that. There is definitely a layer of kind of like, we tried it, didn't really get the result we wanted to. We left it in for a little bit, but we couldn't adjust it to it. So you know what, we'll try something different. So and I appreciate that. I think that it's good to try different things and go for it. Late game, DRX get outscaled very hard because snowball either way. Yeah, the thing is like it depends as well. Like the scaling is a relative term, and I think people think scaling is like a very black and white. Boom, this is how it works, but scaling only works in certain situations. Yes, if we go to 30-40 minutes and, you know, the Jax and the Yone are able to kind of completely push inside lanes without having any kind of threat put against them, absolutely. But if we ARAM it, as most teams tend to do in these situations, if we ARAM it and you get a 5-man lilting lullaby into a Call the Meek from the Renekton to not only get all the healing and stuff, there is all that kind of stuff. Is being a caster well paid? I mean, pays my bills. I can rent and I can go places, see my friends. That's kind of it depends on how you want to say, like, relative to well paid, you know? Well paid is a relative term as well. Is it better than minimum wage? Yes. Am I a multi-million billionaire? No, sadly not. I apologize to anyone who believed I was. You don't, I'll put it this way, you don't become a caster because you want to be well paid. You become a caster because you love the game and you just happen to have an incredible passion for it. If you're doing it because you want to get well paid, it's not for you. That's my honest to God feeling about it. Don't chase something like this if the goal is to be well paid. There are far easier, far better ways of getting a much better paid job than a caster. Like, you know, become a lawyer or a doctor or an engineer or computer science, get a computer science degree, a programmer. Just, you know, do the 3-4 years, get the degree. I know it sounds really crazy, but there are definitely ways of doing it. It's like people asking, like, you know, YouTuber is well paid. It's like, yeah, I'm sure Mr. Beast is well paid. Not all YouTubers are well paid. Being relative is relative. Absolutely. You're not wrong, Jeff. You're not wrong. Such a great job watching League all day. You're right. It can be. But then you get situations like this where it's just me. Hi. It's your boy. Yeah, like it can be. The highs of a cast are incredible. I love it to bits. I'm so glad. I am so lucky. Well, look, that's a whole different conversation. I'm very, very happy with the fact that I'm able to kind of get up and do these things. Maybe potentially go to arenas and stuff like that, get hype. Is Worlds in Dublin or is that no? Worlds is in Korea. Worlds is in Korea, so it's definitely not in Dublin. You're a good caster. You should pay enough. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. You think Golden Guardians will win to BDS 3-2? Richmond? I tend to lean that way as well. I think Golden Guardians are good. I think that LCS isn't as bad, and the death of LCS is greatly exaggerated. I just think I think people enjoy being doomsayers. And it's also very hard to be positive when you don't win anything. But that's sports, baby. That's sports. You think, as an Irishman, that I win anything? Ireland are currently the world #1 in rugby, and we still don't think we're going to make it past the quarterfinal. Like, god damn. The game has not started, no. We have an equipment issue for a player. That's all the information I have for you. But, oh, I got something else. Oh, okay, we're coming back soon, apparently. Any minute now, we're coming back. I apologize. This is the only way that I can contact people. But yeah, oh, sorry, moving my desk and then the world shook. But yeah, I mean, the Worlds is in Korea. I think BDS are going to lose, unfortunately. Even though I am a European man myself, a fan of the LEC. But you feel like Adam will smash? Adam... I have a love-hate relationship with Adam. I love the fact that he brings out Darius, Olaf, you know, Garen and whatnot. But I also think that play style, if you know how to play around it, is incredibly easy to get around. And I think that's the big thing that's gonna kind of suck here for BDS. If they get caught out, if they get found out by Golden Guardians, like, it's going to be tough. But I do have a lot of faith in Kearney. I think it's going to be a close series. I actually think it's going to be really close. I think it still will be a 3-1 scoreline, but I think every game will be hard fought. I don't think there'll be any smashes. I don't think there'll be any smashes whatsoever. But yeah. Oh! I think we're in! We finally got ourselves game 1. Thank you for bearing with me, guys. Remember, if you have any questions, hit them up on the chat. We're going to have a bit of fun with this cast. And we're going to jump straight onto the Rift. I'm going to take a drink of water. And there we are. Ooh, a little bit of a brush play here. Ooh, okay. So DRX want to try and start this snowball, get that momentum going. We talked about it. These games, all they can rest on a knife a little bit. Oh, he's right behind him. Lure! He's not going to flash just yet. He's going to get a bomb chucked on top of him. There's going to be a hell of a lot of damage put on top of his head. But nothing else. No ignite put down just yet because they know they can't kill him off. They just get his health down to about a 5th. Force him to back away. No one else really in a position to kind of jump in there and get any kind of a thing. You know what I would have loved if they went for right there? If they got the... Actually, it's a Renekton mid. I only just realized that. If they got them if we were able to see them kind of go for a flash with the Renekton, you start with the stun. It completely kills his laning phase, but like... Slice and dice, maybe? I don't know. They waited all that time. They definitely could have went for something a little bit crazier. If you're going to go for it anyway. We'll get an invade off, though. So it's going to be vertical jungling between these two junglers. As we do see now, the Lily are going to be moving her way around the map, just trying to make the most The fact that she's got herself a pretty open kind of setup. And this is a thing that is also going to be very, very curious to kind of watch, because now that you know the Maokai is perma top and you know the Lilia is going to have to basically be perma bottom lane, how do you change? How do you move around the map differently to make sure you're covering a lot of things? Because the thing is, a lot of jungle paths, a lot of jungle setups are about covering your, the enemy jungler, especially for someone like a Maokai or a, into a Lilia. As we say, ooh, there's a pause. Another pause. We might have to take a little bit of a chill. I'm going to try and figure out how to make this bigger. The full screen. Because right now, it's not doing anything. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Okay, that's what I wanted, but how do I change that to something else? Any thoughts on the Asia Games? It's going to be Korea versus China in the finals. I don't know. I think Kanavi is the best jungler in the world right now. I think like LCK or Korea as a team are monstrous, but I also think that, you know what? I think Korea will take it, mainly because I don't have a lot of faith in Mako. I would have said, if it was me making the team, I would have chose On over Mako as the support for the team, just because I think On is the best support in the world right now. I think On is insane. But I think it's definitely something that can it can go either way. It's only a best of 3. Who knows? It's a best of goddamn 3. It's a best of goddamn 3. So I have no idea. I have no idea who is going to be able to take that one there. I think Korea are going to be desperate to win it because of obviously the circumstances surrounding it. And I don't know what the attitude towards Asia Games is in China, is the honest answer. I don't know if they rate that higher than World. I think they do, actually. I think they do rate it higher than Worlds. Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one. But we do have a pause. I don't have any information. Hopefully it's a quick one. Starting to fall behind. It's hard to know, man. It's hard to know. I think Faker is... I don't think there's even an argument anywhere in the world to say that Faker's not the greatest of all time for League of Legends. And it will take an unholy feat. An unholy feat to... Because the thing that people... I think the thing that people forget about Faker a lot is the longevity of his career. Faker has been doing this for 10 years. 10 years of just constantly being one of, if not the best mid laner or player in the game. And there was maybe an argument for Deft for a while, maybe an argument for, not Deft, sorry, Ruler, maybe an argument for Uzi. But to consistently do what he did is insane. And I don't think I'll ever, there's plenty of players that I put in my top 10 that, you could have arguments for, best in the world and stuff like that. Like, I'd put Caps up there. I'd probably put Bjergsen up there. And that might be controversial, but, it will be dominated by Chinese and Korean players, but I do think there's definitely some Western players in there. Double Lift, I do think should be up there. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard, man. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. T1 without him and with him is just so different. Yeah, it's true. They are very different. They struggle without him, and it's mad as well because like Keria and Zeus and Owner and stuff like that and Gumushi are also incredible players, but they are all like individually incredible players, but the team, like that T1 is very clearly a, you know, an example of, you know, the sum does not equal the addition of its parts. You know what I mean? Because once they took away Faker and put in someone of like, fair enough, you could drop a couple of points, but then it dropped through the floor, and it really does feel like Faker makes that team work. And it does feel like, I'll be totally honest, like if I was T1, I'm worried about the Asian Games, because if Faker has to retire and you have this team that clearly doesn't function without the catalyst that is Faker, how do you make that team? You know, do you blow it up? Do you look to try and find somebody and hope and pray it works? Like, I mean, it was a pretty disastrous example, or a pretty disastrous experiment in the regular season, so who knows? Didn't know Fnatic was playing today. We'll reach 12 a.m. KST. Yeah, I don't doubt it, man. I'm sorry. I wish I could help. There we go. No. Maybe not. There we go. We're back. We'll keep the music for a bit. There we go. Welcome back, one and all. I'm actually going to try and take a moment here to... I'm trying to figure out. Oh, 1v1 though in the mid lane. It's a bit of a close one here. Does have the shielding, doesn't have the damage on the way back, but that's just how volatile that mid lane can be. Good moves here from Leone to make sure he's getting as much value out of this as possible. However, it is still a Renekton, which means he can start healing up, and we have another pause. So I will have time to figure out all these different things. There we go. Okay, I figured it out. Hang on. Wait, how did he get up there? I'm trying to figure out how to fix things. Ah, there we go. Ah. Oh, I have to restart remix. Maybe I'll say it to them. I will. But we're in another pause. Maybe I will just say it to them real quick and then restart it. My remix, just to let them know. And I might be back with you soon. We're earlier than the Korean one. Hell yeah. How much of a mistake was it to give Fnatic, to give Hansama, Draven? Here's the thing. Do I think it's a mistake in hindsight? Sure. Do I think they needed to do something different? Absolutely. You get into those mini metas in best of fives where you get into those mini metas in best of fives where you kind of need to go, well, we're gonna lose against this other thing, so why not lose again? If we're gonna lose, we might as well try something different, and maybe we win, and maybe it completely changes the, like, hypothetically, you know, if Hansama doesn't win on that game and it goes to a game 5, that's no longer a ban. It changes the entire dynamic of the series. So I'm not super unhappy to see I'm not super unhappy to see them go for it. It didn't work. It's like when a reputation for a player becomes so crazy big that you're kind of like, oh, this can't be done, or this can't be this, and all that kind of stuff like that. But you gotta try. Sometimes you found a solution, sometimes you didn't. A lot of the times you didn't. You know, look at Gala and Kaisa. you know, Sanji on Kasante, all that kind of stuff like that. So it's oh, we see lore reconnecting. We do see some stuff happening. But yeah, I think Noah's gonna be a fantastic ADC for Fnatic. I think he's gonna be good. I think he's a very good player already. All right, you know what? I'm gonna reset my thing. Hang on, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna reset my VMix, so I might be gone for a second. Excuse me. Big sneezes. I think this is the one I want. Okay. Yes, I did it. I did it. Awesome. So now I have a full screen. I see what you guys see. I hope that what I ever see is what you guys are seeing. But we still see it. Okay. So yeah, we're just waiting to see. We're just waiting to see how this one goes. Who's winning Worlds, guys? Who's winning Worlds and why is it JDG? I would love. You'd never get the time because timing. If you follow LCK and LPL or either, you know just how crazy hard it is to get any of this information. Not information, but just timing to work. But it's I would love to have like experts of LPL and experts of LCK together and have a podcast of like LPL versus LCK. That would be awesome. That'd be so good. Yeah, bingo. We are in some serious pauses right now. A lot of tech issues. A lot of tech issues. So we're vibing. If you want to vibe with us, you're more than welcome. But yeah, we are chilling. Weibo. Absolutely, man. Weibo. Oh, I have such a love-hate relationship with Weibo. I am a massive Xiaohu fanboy. I think Xiaohu is probably, in my head, the best LPL player ever. I think Xiaohu is insane for what he does for his teams and how he plays and all that kind of stuff like that. But man, did the Shy just not have a good regular split. He turned it on for playoffs, I'll give him that. But he did not have a good regular split, which was unfortunate. We're back! Hopefully that the connections are golden and we should be kind of going in the Shy final MVP. Team play when they're like so far down, other teams lose games, they just outplay them. Yeah. TL not making Worlds broke my heart. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, I'm glad people. Well, no, TL didn't make Worlds. Didn't TL make Worlds? I swore TL made Worlds. Am I crazy? Am I nuts? Did they not? Oh, another pause. Well, it's good because we gotta check this out. Did TL not make Worlds? Yeah, no, TL did make Worlds. They're the 3rd seed. I was like, TL definitely made Worlds. I'm not crazy. Yeah, it's NRG, Cloud9, TL, and then Golden Guardians are the 4th seed, last chance qualifier. And then for LEC, it's G2, Fnatic, Mad Lions, BDS. And then for LPL, it's JDG, LNG, BLG, Weibo. And then for LCK, if I remember rightly, it's Genji T1 KT D+. That sounds about right. But yeah, so we're back in a pause. There you go, Carl. A little bit of happiness there for you. Yeah, I have no idea what's happening, guys. I don't know what's happening. I hope you're doing well, though. I don't know the rules as to pauses. Because we are nearly an hour into our broadcast, and we've seen exactly 3 minutes and 46 seconds of League of Legends. So, D plus Kia, if Kana deliver. I mean, yeah, LCK are scary, man. LCK are scary. Looks like Hanwha are all disconnecting. Hopefully they'll be reconnected very soon. Must be doing a full reset on the router. I think Noah is the best ADC in the LEC currently. Ooh, against Hans Sama. Interesting. I think it is a lag issue, and yeah, we're just gonna have to wait. I do apologize. It's hard to solo cast, and there's nothing to cast. But look, we're having fun. We're vibing, you know? It wasn't about the real League of Legends. Was the friends we made along the way, you know? And that's kind of, and you need to think of it like that, otherwise you just start getting depressed. In groups, we almost got to 11 p.m. Oh. Yeah, well, I have a flight to catch in 5.5 hours, so I will not be here if that's something. I gotta go in about 5 hours. I didn't think it would take 6-7 hours to do a best of 5, but you know what? It happens. It happens sometimes. Variety streaming. Well, they're all reconnecting. I won't lie to you, because this is just a best of 5. What was it? Yeah, so I don't know what the rules are. I don't know what the rules are. Everyone has reconnected. Oh my god, Mike.
On the concrete, down an old alley, on a back street.
Vibes.
Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is.
Have any of you guys actually been to a League of Legends final?
That's just the way it is. That's just
Business
the
or
way
holiday
it
trip? A
is.
little bit of holiday friends over.
Knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes.
Dude, I'm actually an OG Jin sad plane. Jin Green Wings fan. I used to love that roster. I love how they get to go on a break and I don't. No breaks for me. Match schedule today. Match schedule was just this. DRX versus Hanwha. We're still in game 1.
Can't turn back when I wanna
They are
quit. All of my
coming in,
tears,
coming out, coming in,
all
coming
my
out.
fears,
I don't
got
know
me
what the
shook
rule is,
up
so...
through all these years, and that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the
Worlds
way
will finish.
it is. So
Feels like it. Like I said, I got a bag to pack. I got to
when
go,
I get
you
my
know.
feet back on the ground, don't you judge me
playing the
for
Chinese
my
server?
mistakes.
I have no idea.
Taking
I
as
have
much
no
as
idea.
I can take. So
There you go. Someone else confirmed it.
knock me down
I have no idea.
when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is.
Who will solo cast the final tomorrow?
That's
I
just the way
believe
it
it is
is.
Nymera, if I'm not mistaken, who's doing the final tomorrow. Oh, that's an abrupt change of pace and music. God damn, our audio boys ain't messing around. They were like, nah, the vibes aren't immaculate enough. We need to change. Excuse me. The Doc Down redemption arc. Yeah, man, he's been knocked down, but he'll get back up again, potentially. I might get a cup of tea. Oh! Are we back? Are we back? I'm not gonna cast anything until we get at least to 5-6 minutes. That's when I'll start casting things again. But we'll see. I'm just hoping game 1 can finish before, you know, I gotta get my flight. I think it's connection issues. Yeah, bingo. I'm pretty sure it's connection issues, but we'll see. So far, we've had a pretty decent run of it. It has taken us a while to get to this point, but do I miss the assassin meta? Ooh. In pro play, kind of. I don't know. I think yes and no in a nice way, because, and that's obviously a cop-out, but yes, because it was very fun to see, you know, the kind of itemization and the tactics that way kind of coming together. Versus, oh, actually Duro taking a huge chunk of damage there on him. You know, they're gonna have the Maokai coming down here. It does have the water walking, but does need to be a bit careful. Yeah, it's just in my solo queue it sucks, so I don't want to play with my solo queue. Well, they should calm it down, but they're not. Level 6 hit there by Loki. Honestly, I feel like that's not a mistake, but I feel like if he holds off on going all in on there onto the Renekton, he gets his, you know, his fate sealed, and maybe he can get the level 6 to level 5 connection going for them. But wasn't to be. DRX now moving in to take away the dragon. As we do have ourselves 2 consecutive minutes of gameplay, guys. Calm down. I know, it's incredible. Never before seen here at the ASCI. But this is what we got. This is what it is. 2 whole minutes. Which way did the comps lean? It depends. Well, obviously it does depend. So basically, when you're looking at, we'll start with DRX. We'll start on the blue side. They have an incredible 5v5 kind of composition. You're looking at a flank coming in here from the Renekton. You can start initiating with the Lilia and the Cassante and the Rakan as well. You're just looking at Dokdam to kind of clean people up, get resets, constantly be taking out the carries. For Hanwha Life, they have a slightly better, in a you know, kind of a slightly better kind of end game scenario, if that makes sense. They have a lot more kind of like, you know, oh, if this Jax gets fed, if this Yone gets fed, and then the Kai'Sa can just do crazy amounts of damage as well, especially considering it will almost certainly be going, or rather it should be going, AP Kai'Sa. But it is kind of down to how these team fights go, because if you're a Hanwha Life and you don't play a split push kind of style and you look to try and ARAM it, then your whole advantages are very much not really there. So we'll see what they're able to kind of go for. Sponge being aggressive because he knows he's got that lilting lullaby. He is ahead of his counterpart right now. So having the push in bot lane does open him up to be able to make these things work. And we will see them kind of maybe go to try and take away this this camp. And that's a lot of people going for one camp. It's a lot of A lot of people committed there just to make one thing happen, but it's priority and it's pressure, and that's all you're kind of looking for. Now you know that the Maokai is not going to be going towards that bot side after he clears off his wolves, because there's nothing for him there, which means, you know, Dragon, no camps. He needs to go towards this top side, which if it's already been pushed in, you're going in against the Cassante. If you watch the LEC finals, you know as well as anybody that Cassante is just going to be able to 1v2 anybody, especially if they don't have the damage to take them down. So right now, I like what DRX are doing. I like the priority they're giving over to Sponge to make room to make plays. They've got the early dragon as well. We saw the stats that Hanwha Life had gotten, you know, 88% of the dragons so far in their games in this tournament. So this is, you know, a shift for them, and it does look like DRX are kind of just going to keep that train going, go for this Herald, because they know they've got the priority in every single lane. You don't know about Renekton mid? It's definitely a lot more cooking from DRX, if I'm being honest. But we'll see. DRX are building up a steady gold lead. Got themselves the first 2 objectives of the game. We're probably going to see them drop that Herald in mid. I would like to see them drop it in mid. You're not really in a position to be able to take bot or top. So you might as well go for something a little bit more just kind of bog standard. And the reason you want to go for it, you want to open up the map. You want to try and make sure that this Lilia has position and priority to run around and make plays between the fog of war. We might have a chem rift, which isn't great. It's not bad, but it's not great. So we'll see. At the moment, I'm vibing with you guys. I am just vibing with you guys. It's LCK versus not Kelsey Moser. Ooh, this is not good for Loki. He's gonna have to go back and immediately gets his shield taken away from him there. This is why the Renekton can do so much. If Loki's not playing optimally in that mid lane, he is going to be pushed back quite a bit. And you can see that those small little points of pressure. It's going to be another play here for the side of for DRX's mid lane. Well, wait. I feel like I got a little swindled. Hysterics got the LPL clash yesterday, which had a boatload of kills. And I got the LCK. And if there's something that the LCK are known for, is that they're known for not doing a lot in the early stages of the game. And that's really hard to cast as a play-by-play. But we'll see. 30 seconds still dragon. This could be the moment. All ultimates available. Nobody's used an aggressive summoner spell outside of Smite and Teleport. Lots of defensive vision here for Hanwha Life. You can see, look at all those pink wards. Look at all those vision wards just kind of dotted around. But, like, this is something I always have a problem with teams. You're after spending all this time, all this effort to get this information. And then you're not defending it. Now you're just going to lose it all. Now you're just going to end up in a situation where you don't really gain anything for using all, like they know where all these wards are, and you're just kind of letting them have it. There is a ward in the back of the pit, but there's no TP, so this is going to be a 4v4 at best for either side. We'll see now where they want to try and make this one work. Loki off to the side, looking to see if he can maybe get a Fate sealed here onto the back side. You do have the ultimate coming in from the Maokai. Here we go. The Renekton goes in. The Tristana secures the Dragon. They're not going to be able to get anything else. A Lilting Lullaby knock up. And that means that you know where else to go. They're going to try and burn on top of him. It's a 3v1, though, for the Renekton. This is why the Renekton's so strong. He can take those fights. They're going to force the flash out allure. And they're still going on top of this one here. Again, this is the Lilia. This is why it's so powerful. You cannot let those moments go. And look, they're just kind of pushing it even more. Because they know that if they can catch people off on the side underneath this tower, they can get even more off it. They will drop the Rift Herald into this mid lane. I would have preferred if Sponge just sprinted up towards that to the bot lane. I would have preferred if he sprinted to the mid lane, but they're looking to get more kills off it as well. So right now, that's going to be 2 quick plates, maybe even 3, depending on how this one goes. But a massive swing of just priority now given over to DRX. They've got so much to play for here. Also, yeah, bingo. I just noticed what you noticed, which is AD Kaisa. I hate this because you have already got so much AD available to you. The Jax, the Yone, yes, they do have AP scalings. I'm not going to pretend like they don't. It's not the biggest thing in the world, but like just having just such an easy time now for DRX to prioritize the Berserker Greaves, or sorry, not the Berserker Greaves, the Ninja Tabbies, the Steel Caps, as they're called now. You know, a Zhonya's is an incredibly powerful item for something like a Lilia. She's not going to feel bad about kind of prioritizing it. So for me, this is a bit of a mistake, if I'm being totally honest. It really does feel like you're getting so much more value if you went AP, just purely because then you could just put out the poke, set things up for the Jackson and the Yone later on in the fights. Either way, I don't think the full tank. Maybe it's not going to be full tank, but at the moment he's got himself, you know, a lot of health and a little bit of armor, so I don't know if that's going to be enough on the Maokai to warrant going full AD. So Chem Soul is going to be the soul on the Rift, so not ideal for DRX. They would have loved if that was an Infernal Soul. Even a Hex Soul would have been great just to kind of accelerate this game a little bit. And, yeah, I mean, the Maokai, what's the Maokai supposed to do here? He's a level behind. He's not finished an item. It's a Rod of Ages finished up as well for Sponge. So this is just an easy kind of setup here. Not going to see Sponge actually committing to that one just yet. Waiting to make sure he has got priority in mid lane. As you can see now, that the Renekton will gain for him. Rakan off to the side. No flashes available for these mid laners, but we shall see. Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for Hanwha Life. Who kills the Cassante is my question. As I'm seeing now in the chat, you guys are discussing now as he comes back in. Got a Thornmail, got an Iceborne Gauntlet, or at least a Bramble Vest, not a full Thornmail yet. But I mean, bro's chilling. No one's gonna be able to kill him off, and again, he's not really the priority target you want to be getting, so bit of a... We'll see how it goes again. This could... Oh, okay, Sponge. Not the ideal situation you want to be in. But yeah, look, this is just DRX being smart about this. They got the bot lane turret. They can now take the second Rift Herald. They can put that mid. The Dragon will be spawning in a couple of minutes as well, so they'll have that to kind of go for. Yes, it's still only a Chem Soul, but getting yourself on the 3 Dragons is still going to give you a lot, especially with getting that extra little bit of tenacity for something like the Rakan. It's going to do a hell of a lot for you. We just wait. I mean, this is 3,000 gold lead all of a sudden. Frog is around. Do they want to dive them? They are going to try. They're going to put in the TP as well, but they're going to go all out on top of it. It's a Cassante! Hanwha Life put in 5 members, and all it took was a Cassante to do Cassante things. You're going to lose 2 towers. You might lose 3, because you're going to have the Renekton pushing in top. They're going to try and burn this one down just before the turret hits. Unfortunate there, but Shirley, I should say, will be getting another hit here. This is disastrous for Hanwha Life. Why would you commit so much onto Cassante? And the Renekton I can agree with, but he was the one who kept all the summoners. He wasn't in that last fight. Oh, it's just awful. And they'll lose top as well. Disastrous.
disastrous. Not what you want to be seeing there. Now DRX have the snowball. Now DRX have all the priority in the world. They're not going to get this top turret just about, but I mean, the damage is done. This is not a situation you want to be in later on in the game. And you're not even 0 AP coming out here for Hanwha Life as well. They're not even going for the Demonic Embrace onto the Maokai, going straight for the Radiant Virtue. So I just think that this is just such a strange run of events that Hanwha Life now find themselves unable to contest for this dragon in any way, shape, or form. And the Chem Soul for something like a Cassante, something like a Renekton, huge value for them. So, I mean, yeah, this could be just straight up them looking to try and continue their soul stacking. They will have themselves up to a potential 22.5 minute soul. And, build into, you know, I don't like to say this often because it's not fair on a lot of teams. A lot of things can happen. But, I mean, this is going to take a lot of either mistakes or a lot of incredible outplays from Hanwha to get back into this. DRX have played this much smarter and much more just calmly, you know? And the worst thing about this, guys, is that it's been one goddamn kill. God damn it, I'm not used to this pace. How do Valdez and oh, we're going to see them moving in. Oh, no. You don't want this. They're going to put in the Leaping Lullaby. Loki's going to have to go back as well. They're going to try and burn down the Maokai. You're full tank, but for what end? And now Duro. He might have had an opportunity to get out of this one here, but that's 2 kills. DRX finally giving me what I want, which is kills on the board, but they can't even get Baron. Baron's not available for 2 minutes. This is just decimation right now. DRX looking to make up some serious time here with the way the first kind of game has gone. They lost a lot of time in the pauses. They're hoping to get me out into my playing on time, but we'll see, man. This is looking clean for the moment. Also, if you didn't know, today is Riven's birthday. She has been 12 years in the game. 12 years of Riven, but yeah, like, I mean, this is where, so this is the thing. Everyone always goes mad about the Chem Soul. And that's fair. Chem Soul's not ideal. The Chem Rift, the Chem plants are so game-changing in all senses of the word that I really do feel like it is still an incredibly powerful soul because you can get extra healing and shielding. You can burn down all of the wards to one hit so you can quickly sweep an area. Having those extra blast cone radiuses, they're huge, man. They change gameplay. It changes the way the game is played. So that's where I kind of go on. Who was I supposed to be casting with? Nobody. We didn't get any co-casters today. It was just me. They asked me, it would just be me, and they could only afford 1 caster. So I was like, sure, me. Kind of base. I know, right? Maybe I'm a Hanwha fan now. That being, I had to jinx it. I had to. Well, we're having another pause. I apologize. We had a solid 15 minutes of gameplay, guys, but that was too much for our hearts to handle. And we need a pause. Hanwha Life have realized that they actually need to connect to the game in order to play it. And that's a bit of an unfortunate thing to realize now, 20 minutes in. I'm sorry, that's pretty harsh there. I shouldn't be saying things like that. Solo is still very good on specific champions. I agree. Guys, you know what? I'm gonna do a gamer move. I need water. I'm gonna need water. So I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm gonna get water.
got some water and I got some chocolate. You wish people would watch this tournament so they could do it offline next year? I mean, I definitely think it's watched in like Asia. Just not very much watched in the West. PU Masters could do an offline final, no reason there could be an offline. Yeah, true. You're literally here by accident. Well, look, it's a happy accident, Ouija. No, it's not Ouija. It's Ouija. Bingo. Here's the funny thing. Ireland has some of the best internet in the world. I'm currently on 2 GB fiber. How many times do the games pause? How long's a piece of string? I'm currently eating a caramel dairy milk. I'm getting my energies up. Really? They're pretty low in Africa as well. Damn. That's upsetting to hear. It's one of the things I think we can definitely do better in the esports community. Is like, look at LFL, look at the Superliga, look at the TCL, look at CB LOL. These are massive leagues in their own right, but they're not like the major regions, and a lot of people in you know, don't really care sometimes, and it's very annoying. But I definitely feel like we can do a lot more for it. But I mean, it's kind of the nature of things, you know. People watch the Premier League a lot more than they watch the Championship, than they watch League One, or they watch League Two, you know. How is Irish Guinness? Irish Guinness is... So, I don't really like Guinness in general. I don't like stout. But Irish Guinness is it's completely different to Guinness anywhere else in the world. So the thing with Guinness, and it's a crazy thing, and I don't know why it's so popular, because if you actually look at the science behind it, Guinness doesn't actually travel very well. What I mean by that is that the longer Guinness kind of just sits in transit, not being used, it actually doesn't taste very good. It loses or ferments more. I don't know the exact science, but it's like, the closer you are to the Guinness brewery, which is St. James's Gate in Ireland, in Dublin, the better the Guinness. And that's true to within Ireland as well. I've had pints in the west of Ireland, which is like 2.5 hours away by car. And it's a slightly different taste than it is from a pub in Dublin, which is like 20 minutes away from the brewery. So am I allowed to do ASMR while eating? I don't want to. I don't want to do ASMR while eating. Looks like a remake. I don't think they can remake this. If I could bring back any old reworked champions, who would it be? Oh, God. Carl with the big questions. But, Carl, we don't have time. We got gameplay. DRX, you need a win. It's taking us 1 hour and 20 minutes to get game 1 done, and you're about to win in 25. Come on, lads. Sort it out. Well, I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Oh, nice timing. I'm still eating my chocolate. Okay, I have my chocolate. I'm gonna open up a can of nondescript energy drink. Hold it. There you go. Crack one open with the boys. And let's start enjoying this game. If we can get to the end of game 1, I will consider that a massive win for everyone. What time is it over there? It is currently 12:23. I have a flight at 17:30. And I live relatively close to an airport, but I would prefer not to be rushed. But it is a 6,000 gold lead. It is 3 dragons to none. It is DRX's game to lose. There is a TP available for Rooster here, so maybe, just maybe, we will see a Baron hiccup right about now. But, I mean, Loki is going the Evan Shroud build. I'm fine with this because it's cheap and it gets him back in the game, but at the same time, it's like you ain't doing any damage for a while until that item is finished up, and then you're still relying on the likes of Rooster and Lore to help you out with that. So everyone's going towards this top side. Hanwha Life seem determined just to kind of like A-ram it up and go for this. They're going to be a flash for a flash, and they're going to try and move this one in, but not quite able to get all the damage down. The charm is good. The TP is there. The 3-man, 4-man knockup. Nobody has died. Hanwha Life threw everything in the kitchen sink at DRX's sponge, and he absorbed it just as his namesake says. Now, Duckdom had a little bit of a 1v1 with Loki, but this is going to be an almost perfect game coming out here for DRX. They're getting all the kills, all the objectives, all of the gold, and what comes with all the glory. There's Baron. Now, you have to be able to end the game here, DRX. This gives me hope that even if it's a 3-0, it'll be the longest 3-0 I've ever casted in my life. Let's have a look at this one here. Because again, look, they throw everything at Sponge, but nobody can follow up. It takes so long. And by the time they actually get on top of them, where's your damage? Nobody's actually doing anything. Lore dies straight away. Duckdom actually ends up in a little bit of a 1v1 here. Almost gets taken out. Good flash. I actually feel like if he hadn't flashed there, he might have been able to kill Loki anyway, but there's going to be Soul, there's going to be Baron, there's going to be a 9,000 gold lead. As my voice goes really weird for a second. And yeah, this game is done. Can the internet connection hold off until the game has been finished? That is the question. But for now, he was pushing it in. As Jax is being answered here by the Renekton. We've got a couple of minions here to kind of push this one back, but for the moment, nothing crazy going to be happening in this bot lane. And we wait. Here we go. The final move. They're going to get the TP in from Rooster to try and get all of everyone on top of each other. They do kill down the Tristana, but is it going to be enough? Because there's still plenty of damage to be coming at you. This Lilia is monstrous right now. And they're going to be able to kill off Rooster, you would imagine. He's just too slow to get over the side. And that's going to be a 2-for-1 trade. Look, Hanwha, God loves a trier, and you will be with God, because you are going back to the gray screen for this first game. DRX destroying Hanwha in this first game. Despite all the pauses, despite it taking us an hour and a half to get here. Oh my god, I burped. Oh my lord, I apologize. That is not what I wanted to do. Energy drink just going through me, but yes, DRX. Just dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They're not going to end the game just yet, but they are going to keep Hanwha battered and broken. And Loki, yeah, Loki, you need to go back. They're going for this one. They're going to try and see if Lure can go in. I don't know if they want to fight this. Like, even if they did, I don't think they win it, but... This is the game. This is where we're at. I'll take another pizza chocolate. I'm gonna enjoy this. I mean, look, you're 10,000 gold behind. Don't really know how you can come back into this one here. DRX going to be able to kind of end this one up. I'm sure Doc Dom's going to be annoyed because he's going to be like, damn, they got me. But I mean, 3-item Lilia versus a 1-item Maokai. A 3-item Tristana is only a 2.5-item lore, but he really does need that second item. And I mean, pure armor here for Frog. He even actually decided he wanted to get the tenacity in alongside the extra tenacity so he doesn't get CC'd at all. So he's got the extra tenacity coming out from the Chem Dragons, and he's got the tenacity from his boots. So this is just not a good situation to be in. Good knockback there. So we're going to try and jump here onto the Rakan, but the Rakan is still a Rakan. Not really much else you can do. The Lilting Lullaby comes out. The Cleanse comes in as Lore realizes he needs to get out of dodge. He just deals no damage to the Gasante. They jump onto the backside, but yep, you're dead. Now the Gasante can find his mark and they can just start shredding you all. Nothing you can really do here as Hanwha. Double kill coming in here for the Tristana. Rooster will go golden, but it's only a statue of his own hubris. And this is utter domination for DRX in their first game of this series. My God, it took a while. We finally got here, and DRX got themselves the win. Hi. I keep forgetting that we're coming straight back to me, but yeah, we'll have our player of the game. I'm gonna get my phone out because I might get some updates about different things. We're gonna get our player of the game. We're gonna get our post-match breakdown. Not really much to break down. DRX got ahead and never looked back. Took them what should have been a 26-minute game, but DRX do have themselves the win. But yeah, look at that steady growth. Never even, look at that. They were never behind in gold, ever. So, tells you a lot. Tells you a lot. And Sponge, probably going to be the MVP. Nearly 2,200 damage. So well played, but yeah. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. For the moment, this is just a dominating performance here from DRX. They're looking in great form to make this one. Here's a couple of the highlights. It was a long game, but we only have a couple of highlights, and it all started around this dragon fight, which I feel like, again, Hanwha just kind of opted into, which they really didn't need to. And then from there, it was just mistake after mistake after mistake. And you'll notice it as well, that every single time that there's a fight for Hanwha, they're always coming at it with, like, having to use their engage as almost kind of gap closers rather than using it to kind of, you know, disengage or to set up cleaner fights. They're always using the Soul Unbound or the Headbutt Pulverize just to make up the difference in the gaps. So things like that are just not what's going to be able to kind of win you these games. And Lore, look, you have to try something. You killed the Tristana, but at that stage, you're so far behind, it does not matter. And yeah, this is just again, you throw everything at the Rakan, no damage. It's just not enough damage. If LS saw the Kaisa and Maokai builds, you'd have a heart attack. I mean, yeah, sure. It's just bad optimization there. No magic resistance or needed to be bought here, and you can see just like constantly. Everyone was surviving on like enough to kind of keep going because they had the right items. They had the right things to come into it. But that is game one. I sincerely hope we do not get another game like that with all the pauses. And yeah, DRX they're pretty good. They're looking solid. They're definitely looking like they're kind of going up into the final against Max, but we'll have to wait and see. Hanwha Life will get themselves, I imagine, the choice of sides in this second game. And from there, we got to figure out what they want to do. And yeah, it's just kind of how it is. But
Hope you'll be at Worlds. Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Or hysterics need Worlds. Hysterics needs the Worlds. Everyone needs. I need everyone at Worlds. That's what I need. You know, I have no information and I have no inkling or even a say in it. But I hope we all get it. That'd be nice. It'd be nice to get us all, you know. But yeah. To be fair, Hololight was probably too tilted from the connection issues. I would be too. I would be too. I don't know. Can we send it to a break? Production, can we do that? If we can send it to a break, just send it to a break. That'd be great. I have been talking for an hour and a half. I would love a break if we could send it to a break. So please let me know if we can do that. Because I didn't get to go on a break. I'm trying to figure out from my text messages if I'm allowed go on a break. Or do they tell me? I don't know. I don't know. I am trying my hardest to make this one work, but that was a very unfun game. To like if it was a super close game and I was able to go, oh wow, look at all these different things, but it wasn't. It was DRX smashing. I don't really have much else to break down from that. But your son born 3 weeks ago, Nico. Yeah, shout out to Nico. Congrats, man. That's amazing. So happy to hear that. But shout out to your son. Congrats. But yeah, man. I mean, I don't know. Production. Am I allowed to go to break? Is it break time? Maybe? Or is it just me? Is it just me? It's just me, guys. I'm not allowed to get a break. I'm not allowed to have a break. We're gonna be chilling for a little bit. I'm gonna text them and ask. I'm very tired. Oh, never mind. We got our MVP. It was Sponge 4019. Good damage percentage as well, 33.3%. That's the second MVP of the tournament. Sponge is looking like a bit of a carry jungler. Love to see it. Love to see those guys coming out, popping out of the woodworks a little bit. And the Rook. Can't deny it. It's very hard for me to formulate thoughts on this, I'll be totally honest with you. With the amount of breaks we had. Well, the amount of pauses we have, but no actual breaks. That was kind of the way it kind of goes. Do I get to send it to a break now? No. I'm trying to have fun with this. I'm trying to have a bit of fun with the production of it because you know, you gotta. I can rest. Okay, break.
Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down, don't knock me down. When I get my feet back on the ground, don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down. When I get my feet back on the ground, don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I've taken as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Cutting my teeth on the concrete, down an old alley on a back street. Hard knock life in a city grind. Gotta work hard, running out of time. But that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. So taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet.
I'm here. Hi. It's been a while, everybody. I don't have an update for you. I'm just told we're gonna go back live. We're hopefully getting to Picks and Bans again #2. I have been sat here on my phone for the last 30-40 minutes waiting for things to happen. Yeah. DRX are 1-0 up and probably should have finished the series by now, but sure look, we're here and we're gonna try and we're trying to get it going. But yeah, I'm hoping Picks and Bans will come up very soon, and I'm hoping we get into game as soon as possible. I have been given no update as to what is happening, why we had such a long delay or anything like that, so we just kind of figure it out. So yeah, welcome back to the stream. I'm hoping we just have no more delays. That's what I'm hoping right now. So, yes, I don't know what's happening. I don't even know if we've Picks or Bans, guys. I apologize, okay? Oh, actually, I wanted to say this, actually. I got a couple of messages on Twitter asking me this. Oh, never mind, it's gone. We're gonna go into Picks and Bans. Hooray! We have Picks and Bans. And we're gonna see Hanwha Life Esports on the blue with DRX on the red. We'll see how long this glorious moment, what was it, this glorious moment of gameplay happens. But yeah, for the moment, we're still good. I'll point to the thing that I was getting asked the questions about. It's the Game Boy Advance at the bottom, at the top left of me as you're looking at it. Stage right. You get it from a place called Grid Studio. It's really cool. But anyway, back into the game. We see the rel has been left open, so as has the Sejuani, as we do pick up bans for the Yone and the Jax instead. And it's Tristana, to be perfectly fair, for DRX, so they're taking off quite a bit from that last game. They're going to take themselves into the Renekton and the
Sejuani combination. We'll see what Hanwha Life want to go for, but DRX are in the ascendancy, and they're the ones that are kind of looking to build off of that momentum that they had from game number 1. Hanwha Life very much seeing where they can go and what they can do with their composition. They might just kind of go back. Yeah, the Loki Azir, something he's been leaning on pretty much all year round, and something that he's definitely got a good bit of fair bit of experience on, but it is a bit more of a tougher task. They are going for scaling again. This is the thing that Hanwha, I feel like DRX have kind of figured them out a little bit. DRX are very much kind of, you know, going for these very good snowbally compositions that are, you know, really kind of good at just getting those early advantages and just stopping the scaling of things like the Cassante and the Azir from coming into becoming a problem. So I'm curious to see what Han will kind of do. I would like to see them maybe take a bit of a proactive bot lane if they can, but I mean, you already know that DRX are going to have, they're going to pick up their AD carry on 4, they're going to get the support counter pick on 5, so it's hard to know what way they want to go for it. Already we're seeing things like the Blitzcrank and the Alistar taken away in that support position, so already DRX are kind of just recognizing there's just a lot of things that can go wrong if they let that kind of stuff like that, but we'll see. We shall see what they do. I'm just hoping and praying for no delays. That is all I'm hoping for. We shall see. Rakan gonna be the ban there. Makes a lot of sense. He banned the Rakan there. Blitzcrank incredibly good at just kind of dealing with the Rakan, so it did look like DRX are kind of leaning that way anyway. So get it off the the board before anything else happens. But let's see what they want to go for here. Again, you're expecting, yeah, a AD carry pickup here, and then after that we'll wait to see where they want to go for it. So you got to pick your bot lane here as Hanwha. I mean, you could go with the Kai'Sa again. The more things change, the more they stay the same, though. If they go for this Jinx, we are right back to the Jinx Aphelios meta as they look to try to go scaling. And this is my problem, is that you've got this uber scaling kind of front-to-back team fight, which is great and all, but yeah, they're going to go towards the Kai'Sa. I do prefer this if he does go for the AD carry build this time around, because he does have the Azir for that AD damage, but again, you're looking for a front-to-back kind of late-game scaling composition, and a lot of what you're going to be doing is going to be stopped by this Braum. So, again, DRX are the ones with the early priority in these games. We'll see what way it works out for them, but for now, DRX are definitely looking like the team that's going to be able to kind of make the most moves, if you will, coming into this particular game. But for now, do have the comps locked and loaded. Teams are swapping around, so we are looking like we're going to be able to jump in straight away. And it is going to be, of course, Docdam's Aphelios, something we've obviously known for a very, very long time here in the major leagues, of something he is incredibly prolific with. And it's just got to be about kind of how he plays it, you know, and his career and such like that is something that he's very, very solid at. I think it's his most played by like crazy amounts or something like that. Actually, I can check that right now. Yes, it is his most played. He has 75 games on it, 54 wins, 21 losses, a 72% win ratio with this champion. So, I mean, it's gonna be different. Yes, the Aphelios has taken a huge amounts of hits in previous patches, but Aphelios is still Aphelios. He's still gonna do crazy things to you if you allow him to do it. So we'll see. I hope and pray we will be jumping into game very shortly, and might have to do a little bit of a delay just because of competitive integrity. If you're not familiar with that, generally speaking, when games are played online, there is a longer delay between end of chip pick ban to live, because they like to build up a little bit of a buffer in case, you know, of anything else. But no! We're jumping in. Oh my god. Guys. Can we get through this? I'm not going to lie to you. I'm now unfortunately have to be a DRX fan, because DRX in... Oh, a DRX skin as well. Ooh, a little bit of a Zeka fanboy there for the DRX Challenger team.
I need to be on a flight in 4 hours. So I need to be like I need to be like my flight is leaving in 4 hours, so I gotta be leaving. No! There's gotta be a rule, man. There's gotta be. Like, there's just no way. There's just no way. There has to be some kind of ruling. Oh, thank God the audio guys are here to keep us going. But yeah, this is rough. This is rough, guys. But we are at another pause. We've reduced everything down to try and get this going as best as we could, but yeah, this is in yeah. I don't know. I don't have a rule book. I don't have access to that, so Ryanair can wait. I wish. But Ryanair, I could be in the queue, man. I could be waiting to board my flight, and they'll close the gate on you. They're ruthless, man. They don't give a damn. They do not give a damn. But yeah, we're waiting. We're waiting. Is getting a little tedious, but I certainly hope we're playing the game. I mean, I'm not a tournament admin, but I think at this stage, if it is Hanwha Life who are considering, you know what, I don't want to make assumptions, but regardless, if it's the same offense every single time, if it is connection issues, regardless of who it is, I'm telling you to get on with it. You know, get on with it. You know, this isn't acceptable anymore, but we shall see how it all goes. We'll see Sponge starting here on the blue side, on his red quadrant, or his blue quadrant on the red side, I should say. So we're going to have opposite starts here for the both junglers, which means you are going to have Sponge towards that top side. And I do like seeing that. Something that I feel like we have kind of lost, especially in a lot of pro play, is that you see people picking up the Renekton and Sejuani. It's like, that's awesome. Super happy to see you guys go for that, and that's like really fun. But it does feel like a lot of players kind of forget why you want to pick up that combination. The combination is incredibly powerful because of those first few levels, because at level 2, 3, you have such a massive array of available CC and you know, just damage in general. So I really want to see you know, Sponge maybe work up towards Frog. Frog would love to get this wave crashed as quick as he possibly can, so he might take a bit of a bad trade to go for it, but yes, this is going to be hopefully the start of the game that we'll never have to stop until the end, you know. Can't stop the beat until you feel this. I shouldn't sing, actually. We might get DMCA'd. I'm that good, ladies and gentlemen, you know. That good that we're going to get copyright struck here on the LPL official channel. Actually, no, this is just LPL. Wait. I thought the LPL had more. This is LPL official. No, this is the LPL official. Wow, only 200,000 subscribers. I thought it'd be a lot more. But we'll see. I like this path from Sponge. He's going to be able to take his red and immediately go into the scuttle on top side. You can see Frog on your mini-map just kind of pushing that one in, trying to get that crash going as best he possibly can. This bot lane is going to be as uninteractive as you can possibly have. No real kill pressure for DRX. Really, they're just playing the scaling game right now. They're not really looking to go for it. They're looking for team fights. And The Braum is like one of those weird ones. He's incredibly powerful level 1, but then after that he kind of doesn't do a lot. So for now, you can see that the side of DRX is happy with the lane states, happy to kind of go for it, and yeah. See what they want to go for. Good to see the Akali pick up the fleet footwork. If you're not aware, Akali does very well into the Azir matchup, but does need the extra little bit of sustain because it is a range into a melee matchup, as we see Sponge off to the side here. And this is what I'm talking about here. This could be a bad time right now. Just pop down the Shroud immediately. So I feel like Rel could have waited there for a second or two to maybe grab out a 5-point strike or even a shuriken flip if they so choose. And they're going to try to come around again. Don't know if they're just kind of wasting their own time. And this is good from Sponge. You can see him immediately kind of saying, cool, I know where the jungler was. He was just mid. There's no real chance of me losing anything else on this play. I'm going to steal some of these camps and just make that a little bit... You know, the Rel is good, but the Rel does need to get up to level 6 or, you know, kind of significant levels anyway to make sure they can get as much out of it. So right now, this is fantastic CSing right now. Holy moly! Look at this. Hasn't missed... any of them. Shuriken flipped the last one as well. Damn. Well played. Well played there by Satab. But already we're going to see them now jumping in. Lore has to flash and has already used his cleanse. They're going to have the Gravitum in a couple of seconds here for Doro, who's going to try and flash and Spider-Man his way away. But the Gravitum active comes in. One more auto. And that is Duck Dom on Aphelios. The man is just so damn clean on this pick. And you know what? I'm going to eat my words. I said there was no kill pressure. There shouldn't be. But I guess DRX make it work. I took a drink of water. Let's have a look at here. This is just he just gets caught. Lore. My guy. He can't be doing that. That's just very... And in fairness, Doro kind of should have recognized here that he's almost certainly dead and there's not really a lot he can do. He almost gets away, but almost now means that you've lost the flash off your Nautilus. Yes, you go for something here, as we do get a little bit of a knockback. And oh, it hits against the side. 3 men in the mid lane. All that CC. You still can't do anything about it. Sponge just saying, all right, man, you're cool. I'm going to take away this pink ward. So really well done here. I mean, honestly, this has kind of just been the entire setup. Now, without that Azir ultimate, they're going to try and maybe go for something here. But, I mean, Doro, without a heal, without a flash, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. We can see maybe if Guan wants to try and jump over the side here, he might be able to go for something. But without any vision on that dragon, he had no idea when it was going down. Nobody loses any HP. And I mean, DRX pick up where they left off 2 hours ago when they started this series and got their first game. And now Frog, he recognizes, hey, look, I can proxy. There's nothing really threatening at the top side now. There's nothing to take. This comes down to those little changes. As I stopped myself really quickly, as we do see some concussive blows coming out the door. But again, Duck Dom and the Braum should be just fine. But it meant, you know, we saw it earlier there where Sponge was able to take a camp away from Guan. And those little things mean that, okay, cool, there's not enough camps up top side. He's not going to spend any time here. Now we can get priority on bot side. He has nothing to really take. And all of a sudden, you got to say Frog seeing, you know, an opportunity there to kind of say, cool, I can get a cheeky recall off. I can get out and get my Kindle gem. Lots of little cool small things there that are able to work out there. So really well played and really well read here by DRX as Loki. Oh, I didn't know where that Shuriken flip went, but we might see another move on this bot side. They are going to get themselves another move here. As you can see, the rest of them coming in. Ignite is ticking, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take down the Braum. Duro almost gets himself a little bit of a trade back. DRX still need to be careful. Plenty of kill pressure with a Nautilus Kaisa, one of the old school combinations. Get that passive built up very, very quickly. And you can see that the junglers kind of having a little bit of a to and froing right now. With the priority in mid available, though, to DRX, I don't know how much Hanwha Life can really kind of go for this. Smite Fight comes in, and Smite Fight won by Guan. So if he was Irish, he'd be Guan. Oh, I don't know if he wanted that. Duro! 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 Oh, buddy! Man, that's just not what you want to be seeing. Come on, dude. That's just... Oh. Bruh. That's a bruh moment. Pour one out for my bruh. That feels... Oh, that feels so bad. That feels so, so bad. But look, these are the mistakes, and this is what's plaguing Hanwha right now. We see Loki now feeling the pressure of the fact that he's just not getting any kind of jungle assistance.
They are moving the supports in, maybe for that Rift Herald fight in a couple of seconds' time, but Loki will have flash and ult, but I don't know if he wants to take this again. He's already lost half his HP, so Zero having the range or not, it's still going to struggle to make that one work. Right now, the Rift Herald has been started. Shelly will be making a move here. Level 6, not hit by either support for the moment. Now they go straight in. They're going to try and stun up Duro. He still doesn't have a flash and doesn't have a hope of getting out. He is just... Duro is not having a good game, unfortunately. Not only do they give over a kill, they're not going to give over that Rift Herald. Sponge? Go pick it up. Thank you. Oh my god, I was getting so scared there for a second. I was just like, please don't forget about it. But yeah, this is DRX now, already with a 2,000 gold lead. And with the objectives to be able to pick up for themselves as well, it just becomes impossible for them to see it. And really well done here by Satab. They're going to look to try and maybe go for a little bit of a move here underneath the tower. Frog is in a lot of trouble here. It does have flash. No slice and dice just yet. Not going to be able to get away. Sponge was there, but it was a little bit of a false protection, a little pseudo protection because he wasn't able to do it. And the Frog gets punished here, and that's the power of the Cassante. You got to be careful of when and where he's able to use that ultimate. While that was happening, though, because they now know that Guan was in topside, you've got Satab just kind of pushing in here into the mid lane. 20 CS up here on this Akali, and 2 solo plates. That is massive. It's the effectiveness of a kill coming in here for the Akali. And just getting Loki on a bad like reset. He would have loved to wait another 40, 50 seconds to get that teleport back, but just not able to do it. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, just you can't do that. Frog just gets punished very quickly for it. Ooh. Not ideal. Does lose the splash of Sponge as well, but not the worst thing in the world. Still 2,000 gold in the Ascendancy. I like this as well. We're seeing it from the kind of priority coming in here from the side of DRX. They're kind of recognizing that, look, you know, we don't want to get too crazy on this. We've got a lead in bot lane. We've got a lead in mid lane. Don't need to go crazy. Yes, they did lose on that top side, and the Renekton is kind of a... The Renekton is seen as a counter into the Cassante. I've yet to see it. I think if you're a good Cassante player, you're just a good one. I think I actually did an interview with EMEA Masters player. I can't remember exactly who it was, but they were... did a couple of interviews. That's why I can't remember the top laner. He had an insane game on that champion. You can see more kind of push in here. Dokdam going to get flashed upon here and ulted. There's going to be the Glacial Fissure. Perfectly placed there on the DRX support. Really well done to stop anyone kind of capitalizing there. And again, more information. The more you know about the enemy jungler, the more time you can kind of set up these plays. Tab is going to try and get in position for this. Picks up a plate for himself, so he's got himself up a nice fair bit of gold with that rocket belt as well. And with Dragon coming up, I mean, you've lost your flash off Duro. You've lost your ultimate here from the Nautilus as well. It makes it very difficult to make this play work. You do have Guan kind of sitting here on the bottom side, but I don't know who really comes out on top of this 3v3. You've lost big engaging ultimates. Now they know that the Rel is there. It's going to flash some flames, if you will, with Dokdam on that Infernum. And Dokdam now finally starting off this dragon, and it's just the exact same as game number 1. DRX have a solution to what is being put to them here from Hanwha, and Hanwha have really yet to figure that whole thing out. They just don't know how and when they want to go for stuff. They're overextending, they're overstaying, and it really does feel like right now DRX are just 100% in the ascendancy. They know exactly how and when they want to take these fights, so really nice to see coming out here from the DRX team. Frog even going for a little bit of a push to see if he can maybe find somebody out, because he is going to lose a minion or two to the tower as he finally does soak it all up. And we can come back and wait for it. No boots for pretty much anybody, actually. I'm noticing that a lot. Like, only 80 carries, really. Kind of picking up the boots, and of course the supports. You want to get that early thing in as well, but... a minute left on the plates. We shall wait and see. But I don't think we're going to see anything on any more hijinks for the next little while. You do have Rift Herald. That's actually one thing that really annoys me. There is a Rift Herald timer in the game, obviously, because that's how they gather the information for the overlays. However, the default League of Legends overlay, which we are on right now, does not have the timer for the Rift Herald, so we will not know where Shirley is. She should only be about 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes away. And it is gonna be a Mountain Soul, but imagine this is an Infernal Soul. I know, right? It's just kind of that's something I think I would like to see. I'd like to see maybe a change where you get to, you know, maybe you get to see what the soul is at the start of the game. You know, oh, it's an Infernal Soul, so you're gonna play more heavy forward bot lane or something, or you see it's a Chem Soul or a Cloud Soul, so you're not that bothered. Little things like that I think you can add to pro play without changing it too drastically. For the moment, DRX happy with the state of the game. 2,000 gold, 2 dragons, and a Shirley in a couple of minutes. Or less than a minute. Sitab is sitting on a ward, and he now knows it. So they might look to try and get rid of him this time. I like that DRX kind of recognizes, like, he's playing a bit too safe, so we'll just sweep away some of this visions. They don't know exactly what's going on. It does look like DRX and Hanwha Life will be fighting over this Rift Herald. Not exactly the greatest of fights here on the top side. It is going to be pretty easy for Rooster to back himself away. Good ward, though, which will be taken away pretty quickly. You can see Duck Dom just trying to get his green and white, so he's ready to fight. Very, very common combination of things. We can see their Sponge not in a position to make that one work. They're not grabbing them available there. Need to be careful here, Hanwha. They're not in the best of positions here. The top lane's already been pushed in. They've started off the Rift Herald, but there is a TP available for Frog. There's going to be a TP from Loki straight away, and that's going to be answered in kind. Glacial Fissure down onto 3. There's the Infernum ultimate, getting all the damage down. They get the exhaust off as well. Nice Sarima shuffle, but where's your damage? Look at this from Sitab! Just obliterating everybody, and that's going to be 5 for nothing. A clean ace. We'll give a triple to Sitab as well. What a play there from DRX. He's going to TP all the way back bot because they know they've got the priority now on the map. And this game has blown up in favor of the side of DRX. They'll get mid, they'll get top, they'll get bot, they'll get 3 towers, 5 kills, and a Shirley. This is going to be decimation again. They've gotten themselves such a huge advantage. Insane. We get a replay. Watch the tab off this because it's honestly a really good Shurima shuffle, but Glacial Fissure across 4 members. They're all slowed. The grab at the Moonlight Vigil is great, but then watch the tab. 1, immediately on the 2, and then straight away behind the wall. The movement there from Sitab was honestly so damn clean in this game, and in this fight, it's completely set up the side of DRX for success. Very well done there from the mid laner of DRX Challengers, and honestly, what a great showing from him. Just a genuine, and it's so hard in the LCK because, you know, people be like, oh, I can't wait to see him in LCK. What team do you put him on? There's so many incredible mid laners, but really, really well done there. Great mechanics there for Sitab. They're really looking out for your flight. They honestly are, man. DRX are bros. But, now they got Dragon in 20 seconds, and I mean, you've lost so much of your engage, you know? You don't have a flash available for Guan. You're really trying to see how, you know, you can make this one work, and you lost very little in terms of you're gaining back the engage you had for DRX Challengers. So, honestly, for me, this is just a Mountain Soul you give up, and a Mountain Soul to give up when you have a Braum Renekton Sejuani. That feels so bad, like and you're trying to just burn through these guys with a little bit of poke here from the Kai'Sa and the of course the Azir, but I don't see how you can go for it. We're looking at a 23-minute soul potentially, and they might dive here on the bot side as well. They've got Shirley, so yeah, Rooster, you TP to defend this tower, but I mean it's dead anyway, so there's just not really a lot you can do. They will have a little bit of a priority in that mid lane, but I don't think it's going to be too hard for the side of DRX to go back and claim, and DRX are looking to sweep these guys just like they did in the LCK Challengers playoffs. We'll get another trade-off as well. Lore going to be lured into this fight, and honestly, he might get taken out. We're going to see Sponge. Going to have to soak up a little bit of damage here. Great cleanse there from Laura right onto the Glacial Prison. But now Satab coming in. Good flash away. Sponge might look for the re-engage. They're just putting in the damage. And Duro flashes away. Ooh, he gets a Spider-Man off just at the right time. But now you got Rooster in a lot of trouble. And he's going to be taken out as well. This is just DRX's day. The last game, they only gave up 1 tower. This game, they're looking to only give up 1 kill. Well, they gave up a kill and a tower, but right now they are trying to do better than they did in that last one. It's just looking so, so good. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, Satab is probably going to end up being chased down here, but he's got Sponge with him, and this is the thing. He don't have a perfect execution, but they do know how crazy dangerous it can be. Frog is untouched. Frog is just basically getting a free half a tower in damage. I mean, for Hanwha, what do you do? What do you do here? Your comp needs time. Your comp needs positioning around these team fights. You need to be able to roll in with the Rel and the Nautilus, but I mean, the Rel and the Nautilus aren't going to survive very long. Look at the 2 items here now onto Doc Dom. 2 items here onto Satab. So even if you do get a good engage and, you know, the Akali isn't focusing you, Lure and Loki are not going to be anywhere near this fight. It just becomes so, so difficult. And then, not to mention the Renekton, who's going to be shredding down these tanks anyway with the Black Cleaver already finished up. So right now, this is looking as clean as you'd like with a 7,000 gold lead available for the side of DRX. And it's great to see, you know, good to see their talent kind of coming up from the DRX Challenger scene, making a stand. Yes, they didn't have the greatest of times here in the LCK Challenger Series playoffs, but I mean, you'd argue it's not about winning. You know, it's like, oh, you won LEC, but you didn't win Worlds. It's kind of the same. You can win LPL, you win LCK, but if you don't win Worlds, this is the Worlds of the Academy, so they're starting this up, 2020. They're looking to try and make this one work. I mean, they have vision on it. They know it's going down. Hanwha, do you have a way of taking this one out? There's going to be a TP available. 6,000 health on this Baron. It's already down below half HP. You've got decent guns. Hanwha, do something. Hanwha, what the hell? You're just going to let it go. You had to fight it, guys. You couldn't just let it go. And I mean, now, Rooster, he's getting flashed on by a Braum, and they've got the CC to go onto him, the CC chain. He's going nowhere. He's getting obliterated. And Rooster will not go down. He just about keeps himself alive. But oh my lord, Hanwha, they've just given up. They just said, no, we can't deal with it. A 20-minute Baron at this stage in the game. With the way the game is set up, you're going to lose more towers. You're going to lose more gold. You're going to accelerate this Aphelios even further. I mean, if you can't fight there, when are you going to fight? Don't fight and still dead. You're not wrong, jump on. I mean, look, obviously we don't know the exact situation with Hanwha. They could be still having connection issues and could have been told to get on with it, but I mean, that them's the breaks, you know? Me as a driving instructor pointing to the left at the left pedal saying them's the breaks, so yeah, look, without Baron, you can't fight this. With Baron, you're gonna lose the rest of the base. You got so the top doesn't have TP. The base is being broken open. This could be faster than game number 1. DRX are smashing Hanwha. And now you have to deal with all these super minions coming in mid and in true bot. I just, you know, there's a soul now in 10 seconds, which I believe DRX are going to get their last little reset off and then go for that, so I don't know, yeah. I mean, look, I think Laura's making the right call here. You're not going to be able to defend anything anyway, so you might as well just take that turret if you can. Get some kind of gold back. At least you'll get a little bit. But, now he might be in trouble. Satab does have flash, and he's going to try and go into it. The perfect execution. Double TP! Just to protect your Kai'Sa. I mean, Hanwha are just throwing things at the wall and hoping something sticks right now, but nothing is. A Mountain Soul coming out now for 007 Sponge on this Secret Agent Sponge.
on this Sejuani, it's just becoming impossible to deal with. There's no real world where you're going to be able to kind of burn through these people unless this game goes for another 20 minutes. But I mean, DRX being absolute bros to me right now. Just, you know, this is just, it's just incredible. Just incredible to see DRX just having such a massive chokehold over this team. Genuinely, it looks like they lost in the regular season to Hanwha in the LCK Challengers. They beat them in the playoffs 3-0 and in the LCK Challengers, and they've come in here and said, yeah, no, we have figured you out. There's no other way to put it. So, but yeah. Have them play at a PC bag. Honestly, if the internet's better, why not? Yeah. I'm just gonna wait a slow and steady decline now for Hanwha. You gotta flash in, burn down, and Loki is dead. Spoiler for any Marvel fans out there. And not really a lot else they can do. Duro will be durable. He will keep himself alive, but the base is dead. You know, you're now losing everything. There is a TP available for both your subtle laners. You're going to be able to reset off of this, even if you need to, and then immediately TP back and end the game. And I think that's exactly what they're going to be looking for right now. There's going to be the knockback from Rooster. It's all on Lore. Lore could do something here. He's only got 2.5 items, but he's still a Kaisa. Minions flooding in from mid, from bot. DRX looking to make this a nice and sealed present right now. 11-1, 4 dragons to none. Let's make it 12. And they're just taking everybody out. They even use the exhaust. So that sponge goes a little bit too far forward. Dukdom has eyes on the prize, though, and he's saying, we're ending the game. That's the end of it. There is nothing else to be done, but they're going to back away. They don't feel too confident, but with every single structure in the game down, I think it's a matter of when than if for the side of DRX to end this game. They will get a fair bit of gold coming out from all these double super minions, but you just wait for your jungler and support to respawn. You push back in, you end the game. That's kind of how this one's gonna go. Oh, yeah, I mean it's rough. You need like Duro just about got his Radiant Virtue. He's still level 10. Level 10. Like, he is 6 levels behind the Akali. So Tab could destroy him in like 4 seconds flat. And he's supposed to be a tank initiator. It's just not even 4 seconds flat, probably 2 seconds flat. Oh, Lure. You're dead. Just got caught. And now you can end the game. There's not really a lot else to be done here. You will have a Azir turret, but in the mid lane, bot lane's being pushed in. You will have the inhibitor respawning very shortly in the mid lane, so that will stop the double super minions from coming in, but it doesn't really matter right now. This is going to be an easy kind of setup. They're going to try and jump onto Loki, who again, look at him, he's just completely isolated. Tanks right now, so they're just going to get burnt down. And that's it. That's the game. Dukdom is done. He's just going to try and maybe run Doro down, but 27 minutes. Dukdom is actually recalling. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. DRX know how good they are. 5-0-7 for Dukdom. 4-0-4 for Satab. DRX victory is what they get. 27 minutes, and they are now 2-0 up in this series. We've had a hell of a lot of breaks, but we are finally getting ourselves back into a proper series. If honestly, the way things are gone, probably should be done by now. To be perfectly honest, we should probably definitely be done by now. It is now 2 o'clock my time. We started at 11. So 3 hours ago, we finally got 2 games going, and they were very quick games, to be perfectly honest, in-game time. And yeah, this is just DRX saying, look, Max, you got into the finals last time. You lost to EDG Young. We're coming in now. We are not to be trifled with. We are not someone to be set up and, you know, to think that you're going to be able to kind of take us away or whatnot, you know, kind of easy or take us lightly, if you will. So, I mean, great game from DRX. And look, for Hanwha, we don't know exactly the circumstances. There could be some lag. There could be some connection issues. They might have just been told, get on with it. So I don't know if it's a truly fair representation of Hanwha life, and you know, we hope that they can figure it all out. But this is, you know, this is domination, decimation. There's going to be a 2-0. You can see it there. There was a couple of moments in the last few minutes where DRX definitely started to feel a little bit, you know, relaxed, shall we say. But I mean, everyone did their job. The early game went exactly as you can did it. And I mean, look, the way things are going, it does feel like it's DRX saying, we like taking an early game composition. We know we can beat you in less than 30 minutes every time. If you take a late game comp, you're never going to get there. That's the thing about taking a late game comp. You can take a late game comp, but if you don't get to the late game, it don't matter. So it is small moments like this that do work out for Hanwha, but I mean, they're just too few and far between that it just really doesn't matter. Great little move there, as the Cassante still has all this kind of crazy movement, but this movement, I want you guys to keep an eye on Satab at the top of your screen, because he comes in and he's just got eyes on the prize, immediately onto Lore, pops down his shuriken flip so he can get on top of him. Perfect execution after he kills him as well. Just perfect movement here on the Akali. Really, really well done there from Satab. And honestly, it was from this moment the game was over. Hanwha didn't really have an opportunity to come back into it. And maybe, you know, this could be the start of something beautiful for DRX. They had a very disappointing summer split after winning the World Championships in 2022. This could be the future. Maybe not every player. Very impressed with Sponge. I'm very impressed with Duckdom, of course. And Satab has looked great as well. So this might be something to look forward to. This might be you guys can be the hipsters when everyone's going, oh, what's going to happen in the off season? And you're like, you know what? I already know what's going to happen with DRX. I saw these guys play at the Asia Star Challenger Invitational, and you know what's going to happen. So, is it the Star Challenge? Yes, the Star Challengers Invitational. I was like, in my head, it's like, that didn't sound correct. But, I mean, for now, we're just going to wait. We're just going to wait to see kind of where this team can go. What can Hanwha Life do differently? They're going to have side selection again. I'm pretty sure it's still the same rules that loser should get side selection. That's the general rule of thumb. Again, I don't have a rule book. I'm not your mom. I don't tell you what to do. But I do think that the blue side is fine. You know what? Actually, I'm going to say it now. I think you need to go red side. I think you need to go red side. You need to guarantee yourself a nice solid 1-2 on that first rotation, and then give top side a counter pick. I don't know. To be perfectly honest, I don't know if Rooster has any kind of like carry players as such like that. I mean, he's an incredibly young player. I think he was like 18 or 19 or something like that when I did my research. But like, you know, if he's got it in his wheelhouse to pick up things like, you know, maybe even like a Fiora, or I don't know. I don't even think he's actually played Fiora. You know what? I'm gonna have a quick check. I don't think he has. Oh my God, the man has never played a professional Fiora game in his life. Well, oh no, he has. He's played two. He's played two. Oh my God, sorry, I just couldn't read. He's played two. He played them this year. There you go. I mean, I think he's got to do it. I think let them pick up the Cassante, go with the Fiora, you know. See what they can do with that. Get them something going. Because at the end of the day, this is kind of your last outing professionally for these Challenger teams until next year. Remember, it's a long off season. We got about 4 or 5 months, and then it's January, so you got to make your mark right now. Semifinals is good, but you're going up against the likes of DRX. But yeah, it's a tough one. Pog, who would my Pog be? Chat, who's your Pog? Who's your player of the game? Never mind. It's Duckdom. Can't really blame him. 5-0 and 7. I probably would have given this a tab, but the narrative, the script writers, if you will, choose it to be Duckdom. He needs to get himself back up into the LCK. An incredible talent all around. I don't think anyone's going to say otherwise. I think he definitely had a little bit of a rough year, to say the least, but it does feel like that competitive edge that we've seen from him before is still alive and kicking. So excited to see what he did to do that. But DRX lost to Han 1 playoffs and TK in regional academies where they get the revenge. Absolutely, but yes, the esports winter is coming, and I believe I'm gonna wait for my producer to tell me we can go for a break, because we haven't actually had any pauses. But yeah, I think Satab was definitely my MVP, but I think Duck Dom is a good kind of thing. It could have been one of the two, but I am excited to see what Satab could do, man. That guy, he bloody knows how to play. That's all I know. It's just it's great to see such incredible young talent, and that's probably why I'm so genuinely excited for the future of like League of Legends and stuff like that. And it sounds really weird to say that, but it does come down to the kind of fact that it's like these guys are 18, like 18, 19, maybe 20 or something like that. But they're still so young, and that means that like the talent coming up is insane. I think Satab is a genuine, from what I can see today and what I saw in my research, is a genuine player that's going to be able to kind of come good, pretty good. And we haven't seen him on things like the Zoe, you know, like the things that he's been, what I've seen that he's been known for. But I believe that we can go for a break. So let's go for a break. I'll see you soon. Break time.
So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Street light lit down in the grid. Can't turn back when I wanna quit. All of my tears, all of my fears got me shook up through all these years. And that's just the way it is. 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 So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me for my mistakes. Taking as much as I can take. Don't you judge me. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I said, don't you judge me anymore. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. So don't knock me down when I get my feet back on the ground. Don't you judge me on my mistakes. I'm taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take. Taking as much as I can take.
that is very abrupt. It's just like, timer's over. Go, go, go. Welcome back. Welcome back. My hair is all over the place. Yeah. Continue our discussion of DRX's domination in this group, in this tournament. To be perfectly honest, they are playing exceptionally well. The way things are going right now, it does feel like we are on the precipice of a LDL versus LCK CL finals. That will be pretty hard to tell, to be perfectly honest. Like, Max are kind of the it's funny because actually both teams have made it to the same kind of end, if that makes sense. Like, Max have made it all the way through taking down like the IG Young, and of course in the quarterfinals they took down Miaojing. Or Miaojing, excuse me. And of course DRX have taken down DK, now they've taken down Hanwha, or nearly taken down. There could be still a twist in the tail of I mean, look, Max are a good team. They've obviously got like the likes of Garvey on there. I think that Such is going to be an interesting one against Duckdom if it does end up being that particular one. But we're jumping into picks and bans. There's nothing there. Revolutionary, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. You've actually come with a good time. We've had many delays, but it looks like we're done with those, and we're just jumping straight into absolutely everything. Hanwha, I've done what I've asked them to do. Go onto the red side, get yourself that 1-2 pick on the red side, and get, maybe give up something a little bit more powerful if you have to. But now I want to see them. I was just about to say not take the Renekton, because honestly, I think if you're the side of DRX, you can go for a carry now for Frog. You can pick up something like the Cassante, the Jax, for yourself. The Jax would be incredible. And yeah, I just feel like that was a little bit of a let-off here for Hanwha. Because the thing is, you can take the Poppy and pretend that that's going to be your top lane pick. Use that as a flex between Guwon and Rooster, but you're just giving up the ghost straight away. So honestly, not really happy with that kind of particular thing. And again, we might see the Rakan being picked up here by DRX, just kind of knowing that they have such power in that pick. Don't have to take their mid or their AD carry for the moment. So yeah, it's gonna be gonna be the Zaya. Apologies. Just making sure I got everything else. And the Zeri comes in. Maybe the Zeri Lulu that you talked about earlier. But we got the Zaya. I imagine the Rakan's gotta be banned right now from Hanwha. The Rakan can still be good on the side of Hanwha if they want to pick it themselves, but it's not really what you want to be going for. I would much prefer to have them get the Lulu. Like, you've got decent engage already with the Poppy and the Renekton kind of coming in. Use that Lulu as a little bit of an extra thing. So we shall see. They're actually going to take away the Nautilus. They want things that can kill off the Zeri. Kill her off instantly, or at least catch her out instantly. We'll see where they want to go with this, because right now, people taking their times with these bans. Yeah, there's the Lulu. I like this ban coming in from DRX. As I said, Hanwha were probably angling themselves into a Lulu pick. Don't think we'll see Zeri Yuumi. We could, but Yuumi has been just nerfed into the absolute ground, thankfully. And we're just gonna wait. We're gonna wait and see who and when yeah, there's the Rakan. So Blitzcrank and the Alice are taken away. They take the Rakan themselves. Could be a little bit of a dive, buddy. But you're leaving your mid lane as a counter pick. But honestly, I think you could just go Ahri here. I wouldn't mind seeing the Ahri, honestly, for Satab. If you block in this rel, you've got plenty of lockdown. You get that single target CC in. You'll be able to kind of catch out someone like this area, or at least get her completely out of the fight. So the Ahri might not be a bad play. Could see Azir as well, but The Azir will be plucked in. So DRX going with a little bit more of a late game scaling composition, looking to kind of like, you know, just kind of say, look, we can play any game, play all different styles. And it looks like Hanwha, they got an opportunity to pick the Akali. I don't know how I feel about this. Loki hasn't been having the best of times in this mid lane matchup, and the Akali is very, very dependent on you coming out on top of these skirmishes very early on. You can see how it went in the second game we had today. We have had, you know, kind of a couple of games of Akali here, but I mean, I look at his, you know, history: 4 games played, 1 win, and 3 losses. Not exactly ideal, and Loki hasn't played it all summer long, so we're gonna be seeing what way they want to work it. The Akali is the Akali is kind of not really able to do kind of much with that regard, so we'll see. We will wait to see how it all kind of works out right now, and we'll see how we go for it. Of course, the LCK do love the bird in the mid lane. Bird is the word with the Xayah and the Azir. Kind of just ends up being the thing you kind of go for, and we'll see what Hanwha could do if they have got any kind of trick up their sleeves, some kind of cat in the bag to bring them back into the series. Because, I mean, both games have been so heavily DRX favored. It just feels like they get that early pressure bot lane. They're able to keep Sponge on the front foot ahead of Guan. Guan's never really able to have an impact. And from there, it does feel like just little by little, bit by bit, the rest of the map just fall apart for the side of Hanwha. If DRX do not get that start, though, that's where I'm curious to see. Because right now, yeah, they've got the Sejuani again. Do they look for an early invade? Do they look to try and, you know, maybe catch out someone, you know, or get a little bit complacent on that top side? Because don't forget, it is a Poppy Renekton. We obviously always talk about the Sejuani Renekton, but Poppy, to take away from something that Nymera talks about a lot, is basically full build at level 3. You have so much in your kit that can set up your lanes for success. So I want to see Guan just go to that top side, get himself and his laners ahead when he can. Because I'll be totally honest, if this just goes, you know, kind of sitting there waiting for things to happen, nothing's going to happen, and they're going to be left very much waiting for their you know, kind of their bus home, if you will, from the training facility. But whoa, we're going straight into lives. We had a little bit of a cinematic, but Flash was burned there by Guan, so already losing it. Not the biggest thing in the world. Has Hex Flash, so he's not worried about that so far. But Doc Dom gonna find himself Duro and Lure and back himself away from the red side of the jungle. But yeah, it's this is just good setup here from DRX to make sure they know exactly where everyone is. They're really well placed. As we have a look at the replay here, and we can just see, yeah, they just catch him out, and he has to flash immediately because he knows that if the CC comes down on top of him with the Azir lurking in the shadows, he was going to be taken out. So not having that instant flash, again, not the worst thing in the world. Guan will still be able to hex flash over the walls and get himself in positions, but now that he knows the vision's on him, he doesn't actually know where this Sejuani started. That's the thing. Yes, you got a vision early down from the bot lane of Hanwha, but they actually got it swept, so no real information being given over here to Hanwha. So DRX are going to have the full move of things, and they'll know exactly where the Poppy is. Ooh, taking a drink. No first strikers. I'm always a fan of people who go first strike and then you look at the stat at the end of the game and it's like they got nothing. They got like 20 gold or something, and it's just like, wow, that was useless. That was a useless rune. First strike's an interesting one as well, because you also got to remember, and this is how I view it anyway, I'm sure some pro players might tell me I'm wrong, but you have to weigh up the value, oh, stopping myself. Go on. Gonna look to maybe jump here. Gonna get the, oh, Frog. That was a nice leap strike. Very much to his namesake. He's gonna have to let this wave just kind of crash into him a little bit. So he will lose a couple of minions, but really well done there, knowing he wasn't in any real trouble. Now, ooh, Lure. He's going to have to cleanse. He doesn't have that available to him now. Feathers will go down behind him, so he does have to be a bit more respectful. Guan is going to be able to have Hex Flash here onto Satab and maybe go for something, but the steadfast presence is just a little bit too far forward. The flash for Flash. Loki doesn't get it. Sponge now thinking about going for something here, but he knows he needs to be a bit careful. Doesn't want to overcommit and gets the tab dead. So, I mean, I like this. I like this from Guan. We talked about this just a little bit before. I think he's going from lane to lane to lane. He's full build. He does not care. He's going to try and go on the Duck Dom. He's going to have to get himself away from this one here. They're going to get the splash and the cleanse, but a double stun means he's not quite gone down just yet. Duck Dom not quite going in. Oh, Guan is getting so much value here, but it's just not sticking. I love this play from him with the Poppy, but I mean, like, yes, you're going from lane to lane to lane, but you're not gaining anything from it. Yes, a couple of summoners, but I mean, you're losing flashes and everything. Here we go. There's going to be now no real escape here for Loki. He might just be able to get out there just because of the Shroud, but good start here from Hanwha. Really, really well played there for the trying to make sure they're going to go for it. Again, Guan's going to come back into this mid lane, going to have the steadfast presence, but with his mid laner already so low and Sponge kind of hovering around. This is great. Guan just keeps going forward and saying, look, I'm just going to gank forever, perpetually. If I can never let you leave, then it's not that big of a deal. So now, Loki kind of caught between no man's land. Guan trying to see if he can do something here. It's a trade back of health bars for the moment. Sponge still has flash. Will get hit by the shuriken flip. We might have to flash down a second. Will end up getting away, but now they're going to try and get to tab. He does end up shifting his sands away. I mean, Hanwha are going the full throw at the wall, see what sticks setup right now, but I gotta give massive props to DRX. They are unfazed right now. They are happy with the way things are going. Then we come back after all that action. Nobody died. I think the problem that you're looking at now, though, for Hanwha, is these reset timers aren't the best. And yeah, Loki, if there's a shifting sand there, you are dead. That is so risky to be going for. Yes, he does have a teleport, but I mean, that's a really unnecessary thing to kind of go for, especially if you're not level 6. It's so scary to go for those kind of trades. But now we're going to see Satab just kind of push in this wave. He'll get first priority on this bot side, and that means you could almost imagine it's going to be the first dragon again going over to DRX very early on in this game. So these little advantages, these little changes are what's going to be, you know, kind of the difference makers, or what has been the difference maker between these two teams. This time, though, Guan trying to see if he can go for this one, but again, you're going, this isn't like last time. The resets have come in. The Balmy Cinder has been picked up by Sponge, so we'll see. We'll see what they want to try and work for here right now. It does look like Guan's presence does mean that he can't go for anything too crazy on the side of DRX. They're not going to be able to get that super early soul like they have the last 2 games, so for now, they are moving in. Loki is moving down here, and they know they've been spotted, so Hanwha desperately trying anything and everything they can. They really want to make sure they get whatever kind of examples of pressure they can possibly find. Just not really working out exactly how they'd hope. For now, pressure does still belong to DRX. They're going to go back towards this bot lane. The flash used immediately by Duck Dom, who isn't level 6. He cleanses away. He's going to get knocked in, but not knocked away. He doesn't have himself the finish. He does now! No way does he get out of that. Sponge is there, but he doesn't need to be. Oh my lord, how does Duck Dom get away from that? Didn't have the feathers, didn't have flash, but it did not matter. Really well done there by the side of DRX's bot lane just to kind of keep him alive. They will have the 2 tanks here. I don't know if you can dive this, and yeah, Duro might be in a little bit of trouble. He might have baited them all in, though. You're going to see the flash away. 3-man in the stretching strike. They're finally getting the first blood. And after all that huffing and puffing and the pushing from Hanwha, they finally get something in this bot lane or in any lane to help them out and get them rolling. They can turn that into a dragon as well. Oh. That's going to be the first dragon of this series as well, going over the side of Hanwha Life. was a little scary, and Duck Dom is going to die. He does have Flash, he does have Ult, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this one here completely unscathed. And this is just really unnecessary, you feel like, from Duck Dom. I mean, those are the kind of mistakes that just make it so hard to, you know, kind of really go for it. Your jungler's going top. You know the dragon's being taken. You don't need to go for that kind of a trade. It's just not necessary. And now, because of that, your bot lane is now going to lose plates. You're going in. Rooster's going to try and make something happen here. They're going to jump straight in on top of him, but they'll burn him down. The ultimate from the Sejuani goes completely wide. He will get the smite down and eventually pick that one up. Now Loki just about gets his ult off to keep himself away. Sponge flashes forward. He will not get in range, though. And that means Loki gets himself a free summoner as well. Really well done by him just to kind of make sure nothing really happens after the fact. But 2 turret shots here onto the Realm. Not ideal from DRX. And they're playing fast and loose. They did pick up the Rift Herald, which is nice for them. They did pick up a kill as well. And they're going to get a lot of plates here in the mid lane, you would imagine, now that they've gotten Satab. Just kind of fully resetting and getting himself up and out as quick as he possibly can. But the gold will equal out pretty much after that play. So Hanwha not falling behind like they did the last time. Satab really wants to get that play. He's so close, like 1 or 2 more autos, 1 more wave, and he'd be able to get it. But he knows that Duro is just kind of hiding off in the shadows. Satab just going to have to walk away from this fight versus the Akali. A 2-0 Zeri means that Lore has to go towards a Static. I don't... Static's taking a lot of nerfs recently. It's definitely not as powerful as it used to be, but... still a pretty good item on someone like the Zeri to kind of keep cutting that damage down, getting that lightning crash chain going for you constantly. So we'll see. As all the teleports now turn into Unleash teleports, so we might see some extra gameplay coming in here now that the map has been opened up a little bit. Duro doesn't know the exact timer, I would imagine, of the Featherstorm. We do now have Guan looking for something in the mid lane, but not really going to find it. Rooster, remember, no flash, does have the dominance now in a couple of seconds' time. Sponge is here. They are running the Poppy up, though, so this is the thing. You got to be very careful here as DRX. You're going to have reinforcements coming in the next few seconds. There we go. Both ultimates have been used, but they've got the CC. They've got the damage. I should never have doubted them. They've already made the play. And that means we could see the Rift Herald drop top lane. So all of a sudden, this game is getting so scrappy, but it does feel like DRX are kind of wrestling back control, realizing they were a little bit too loosey-goosey with it for a little bit. And now they're going to be able to get a huge amount of plates off of this now over the Frog on this Jackson. He is going to be a monster in this side lane. Ooh. DRX is winning this because Machine got a plane to catch. I hope so, man. This goes to 5. We're gonna be mighty close. What? Speaking of mighty close, Dragon gonna be spawning in the next minute or two. And there's a lot of people in close proximity in this mid lane. Loki, not in the healthiest position. Needs to be very aware of his surroundings. Look, despite having thrown away a little bit of a, kind of bot lane setup, has now finally got all his summoners back and is building back towards what I imagine is going to be a little bit of a movement. But now they're trying to see if they can take down this Rel. They're going to chain her up, flash away. Oh, a flash steadfast presence means Guan does end up picking himself up. A nice little kill. They give that one out to Loki because he did TP back in, so they wanted to give him something here. Oh my god! He's underneath the tower, but I don't think he's got the damage. He flashes forward, he flashes away. One more auto attack would have done it. The feathers fly! Duck Dom! That was so clean! I don't even know if he's going to be able to get away from it, but it does not matter. That was so insanely clean to take it back and not even having his first item. That was so nice to see. Oh, wow, that's awesome. That is so cool. I need a replay of that. That was so smart. Let's have a look at this one, because like just perfect timing. And then knows he's got it. If he can just get one more auto attack and just having the ultimate available to bait him in. Really, really well done. And he gets the cleanse off of Lure as well, so
Yes, he loses his life afterwards, but he lost the flash and got all the summoners out of Hanwha Life's bot lane, so really well done. God damn. So come back in. When did Frog beat... Did Frog kill Rooster twice? When did he kill him the first time? I can't remember. I only thought he killed him once, but now that we're coming in, Dragon on the board, available and ready to be taken. We are going to see Guan look for a little bit of a Hex Flash over the wall. Not going to gain much else out of after the fact, but now we're starting to see these players kind of be a bit more free, look for a bit more movement as these flashes are no longer available. And you can see, yeah, you got to be careful here, Loki. You don't have a first completed item versus the Leandri's Anguish of the of Sitab. Now mid lane's been pushed in as well, so you're losing CS, you're losing experience, and you can see it across the board there. There's like a level difference between a lot of these solo laners here in favor of DRX, as they're just playing around the objectives far better. Lure, no flash, no cleanse, and I don't know if he's going to be able to get away from this one here. We are going to see now the perfect execution comes out. There's a lightning crash as well, but they get the magnet storm in, and Guan gets taken out. There's the perfect execution, but shoved right back. A flash in, a slice, a dice, a knock up as well. This is going to be the Zeri time to shine as they take down Rooster. Now Frog looking to try and take himself a triple kill, looking for a little bit more. Ooh, not quite able to move into the lore as he gets down the damage. Duro not quite able to be there and gets bonked on the head. Quadra kill for Frog. Really well done there by DRX, and the objective is still yet to be taken. Still got a Chem Dragon to go, but right now it is DRX wrestling back control, 1,000 gold ahead, and really look at the 6 kills on the Frog right now. He is a monster. No one can deal with him in any lane, in any team fight, in any position. Let's have a look at this one here, because you're going fully and engaging onto this one here. Nice knock up as well, but look how long it takes him to take out the Rel. Just having to commit so many extra abilities and such, but Rooster doing as much as he possibly can. You can see that it's almost in a great position. They're constantly kiting this fight away from the Xayah. And in fairness, Lore almost makes it work. But right at the end, just recognizes, look, if I get jumped on, if I get leap striked, I'm going to be taken out. And that means that the Dragon is going to be forfeited. Hanwha will get their prize, because the Rift Herald is what they want now. And I like this from DRX. You might be thinking, wow, they did a 6-0 Jax. Why would they not go for it? The reason being is that you can get an awful lot more power now out of the Jax if you get that Rift Herald, which they have. So you're going to be able to kind of push this one up. Look, the Renekton has to back away. Doro, you cannot walk on top of this one here, and you have the Sejuani topside. You know the Poppy is still bought. There's just no way you can fight this here if you're on the side of Rooster. He's 2 levels down. Like, I mean, you take this fight, you go for this dive because he's got no flash. What is he going to do? He's not going to be able to survive this one here. He's just not got the potential damage to be able to kind of trade this one back. Finally, they'll be able to kind of get his ultimate out of him. They'll throw in the ultimate. The tower is dead, Rooster! Why are you still here? You have all the healing in the world, but it's just not going to be able to save you. And then a TP from the Azir going to come in. Duck Dom does go down. They're tanking up the turret in the bot side to Tab. Eventually going to find himself 4-man shuffle. He goes right into the lore. I don't know if that was the correct decision. And now Loki can really start finishing this one up. But while this is happening, they're ending the game. They're literally ending the game. No, Satab, how does he get a kill? They're ending the game topside with the Rift Herald pushing in. Honestly, would have loved to see him take away that that inhibitor as well, but right now, it is DRX just pushing and pulling Hanwha, saying, all right, we'll play your game. We're not going to go slow and steady. We're going to really punish you right now. 0-4 on the Renekton, and that top side is obliterated. Now you just put the Jax bot, you put everybody else mid. You have total control now over the top side of the map. That is going to be so difficult now for Hanwha to really kind of get any kind of a foothold back into this game. But, man, just Frog right now is really showing it a bit of a top gap, you know? You're the Rooster, more like you're the Frog, because he is just smashing in this Animal Kingdom bash up. We come back in, you know? I mean, bot lane almost went insanely well for the side of DRX, but look at Lore. It's a Lore versus Frog situation. You've got Navori Quickblades finish up alongside that Static Shiv, 5-1 and 3. In fairness, Loki's doing well on the Akali as well, 3-1 and 2. Not to be miscounted. With Baron up in 2 minutes, Dragon up in 3. This is where the game gets a little bit funky. This is where the game gets a little bit weird. You've got 2 items now. A full black cleaver between Rooster and Frog.
I don't know if Rooster's going to really want to take those odds anymore. Not been coming out on top with the Grandmaster's Challenge being put down a lot of the times, but we'll see. We'll see what they want to go for. Take a drink of water and reset myself. We've got first items kind of coming in across the board here. You've almost got an upgraded Smite. This is the thing, though, for the side of Sponge. This is something we actually never really saw. You know, people kind of forget about, though, is a lot, is that if you get that upgraded Smite, which you'll get off this camp right now, and this is kind of something we've noticed a little bit with Poppy players. Poppies don't generally farm. They don't really get themselves in a position to kind of get their upgraded Smite, which means you're dealing with a 900 versus a 1200 Smite. That's no longer a 50-50, you know? DRX are going to have priority over that. Rooster pops his ultimate preemptively because he knows the Sponge is coming. He's going to be able to take a decent trade back in, but, I mean, you've lost the Dominus. And that's where the game gets a little bit of a flash over. Tab now realizing he's in a little bit of trouble. Got to get the Blast Cone away from Guan. Say, look, I can do it again in a couple of seconds. Rel is sprinting up, though. The full tilt coming in. And going to be able to maybe not walk away from this one here. They got plenty of CC. Yeah, you're dead. That was unnecessary. 0-4 there for Pleiada. Assuming it's Pleiada. Or Pleiada. And then Dragon up in a minute. This is the next key objective. You would love to have Navori Quick Blades for Dokdom, but Farming is not really in his position right now. Sponge still pushing himself down here, but this time Rooster ain't got no ultimate. 2 levels still down between him and the Renekton, or him and the Jax, I should say. 7-0. Gonna reset. Maybe look to. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Frog go straight towards a. No. Cheeky. I was going to say go straight towards a Spear of Shojin. He's got the Zanya, or the perfect time stopwatch to get the perfectly timed stopwatch kind of working from the next fight. So let's see. 3,000 gold. 2 dragons, though, for Hanwha. 17 seconds until that dragon spawns. Baron is on the map, but you don't really take it very quickly here on the side of Hanwha unless everybody is there. So they're looking to try and maybe wink their win condition in the Mountain Soul. It would make it a hell of a lot harder for the side of DRX to kill them. No one really looking for that one right now. Sponge just helps out his other support tank. And clearing out that way. Dokdom does get the Navori Quick Blades off. TP coming in as well. They're going to get a lot of damage here as Loki's already TP'd on the backside of this one here. They know that it's going for it, but DRX is calling the bluff. Go for it. We're going to go for the Baron. And they honestly might just go straight to it, but they haven't started it up yet. They're waiting. They're seeing if they can catch somebody out off on rotation. They are going to look for it, but it's a little too late. I don't know if that's the right call. Don't go for the kills, my dudes. Top wave is pushing in their favor. Bot lane Diz is pushing as well for Frog. Now they go back on towards the Baron. This is the call from DRX. They're trying to pull Hanwha across the map. They have no vision. You have no way of checking this one. Now you do. You've got one more Scryer's Bloom to try and make sure you're not getting caught on this one here, but the Baron's already 4,000 HP. Here we go. They're going to try and jump in, but look at how quickly they kill off the jungler. And now they can kill off the Tab. That's a 1-for-1 trade. The TP's going to coming out. This is the massive Jax coming in on top of this one. The Feathers come back down, but Loki and Laura doing the damage. Now it's Jax in a 1v4. Can he do anything here? That is the question. He'll pick up one, immediately flash away because Rooster knows he can take him down. You can't go for that Baron right now, though, on the side of Hanwha. And DRX, I feel like they were just a little slow on that trigger pull right there. Don't bother looking for the kills there in mid lane. You know, there's a Rakan on the other side, a Renekton. There's too many people that are going to be able to walk away. Should have pulled the trigger a little bit earlier, in my opinion. But still great for Hanwha. They come out with the Dragon. They're now on Soul Point. They're still 2,000 gold down. But they have now got themselves a win condition in that Soul. Let's have a look at this one here. You can see just how much damage comes out from Dokdom with those 2 items, but Tab gets immediately deleted, and that TP is good, but it's just not good enough. And Loki, alongside Lore, just constantly putting out so much, just consistent DPS around the AoE. Like, having that 5-point strike land onto 3 people consistently is just monstrous. So 2 kills for both the carries of Hanwha Life gets the Zeri up to 8-1. Now has an Immortal Shield Bow to keep herself safe. You're almost got up to the Shadow Flame as well for Loki. So this is getting tougher and tougher now for DRX to kind of break down. And I will say, I do think that Pleiada is not looking great on the Rel.
Doesn't look comfortable. Does not look like he's able to win. But a hole breaker actually coming in here for Frog. I thought he was going to go towards the Spear of Shojin, but not to be done just yet. He wants to be on a side lane. Doesn't have teleport. You got to remember that. And now everyone's just walking into a little bit of a choke. Here we go. They're going to try and get the Charm down. They will. And that is just an easy kill onto the Rel. They've got the Jax moving up. This is still risky from the side of Hanwha. They don't take this Baron exceptionally quickly, and the rest of DRX can start to pinch in. They now have vision on Loki. He's not going to get the full kind of splank that he wants. He misses the ultimate. They're not going to be able to go for it. There's going to be Duro taken away. So it's now a 4v4. Loki and Satab having a 1v1, and it's Satab who gets taken out. Now the feathers come back to bite, and Sponge takes out the enemy jungler. Now you don't have that one available to you. The Akali has to reset with no teleport. You still have a Xayah and a jungler, and you've got a massively fed Jax. This could be straight up an easy kill here onto the Baron. You have to fight this Hanwha. You can't let this one go for free. This would be just 4 Barons, but they don't have a choice. It's not a 50-50. And despite how Hanwha have tried to play, they just cannot get their foot to hold in this game. They're constantly being pushed back. 4,000 gold is nearly the lead. And it does feel like right now, DRX are in full control of how they can push this down. You have a Baroned up minion waves with a Jax with a hole breaker on a side lane. You are just not going to be able to fight him. I mean, you kind of need the Zeri in all places at all times. She's your win condition, but I don't know how much she's going to be able to do. Oh. Let's have a look. Now you got mid lane pushing in. You got bot lane being prioritized as well. They don't need to go for a 1-3-1. They could put Satab in a side lane if they surely wanted to, but I think having him right beside his teammates is exactly where he needs to be. And now you can see Frog with Sponge just off to the left. Pushing in. They do lose top tier 1. They're not going to be too sad about that in the grand scheme of this game. That cannon minion, will call him Charles, in that bot side, just pushing in constantly. Mid tier 2 cannot be defended because the Akali and the Renekton are not there. In a 3v4, they are not in a good position. And Guan taking a little bit of a tank fight here between himself and the Sejuani, but with the extra little bit of damage being put in, there's some decent wards that could go in for a little bit of a TP flank there, but Rooster doesn't have his just yet. Now we're going to see Loki getting caught up underneath the turret that is now dead. DRX pushing in slowly but surely, just suffocating Hanwha away from any of these fights. Now they're looking for something in the mid lane. They're going to try and commit onto everybody. Look at the damage, though! You just can't fight this one at all. And yes, you trade it back, but it's just not enough. Sponge looking to kill off Rooster and suffocate him down. You didn't have your Akali. You couldn't kill off Duckdom. And that's going to be a quick and easy death. 3-0. It certainly wasn't quick in terms of the total time, but in terms of in-game time, it's going to be a 3-0 here for DRX. We're going to have them try and get Loki to get this one down, but I mean, he was never going to be able to defend this one himself. A little bit of remaining health. Satab did not have a good time on the Azir, but it did not matter. That's a 3-0. That's DRX going into the final, and that is going to be LDL versus LCK Challengers tomorrow in that best of 5. DRX with the clean sweep over their brothers in the LCK Challengers. Hi again. I am lagging a bit. I do apologize. I need to figure that out. But yeah, this was so good. And you know what? I'm going to give props to Hanwha. I feel like they needed to try something, and they did. The Poppy got available to them. They literally ganked top, bot, and mid, got a load of flashes, made the game a little bit more scrappy. And they needed to do that because it's like one of those moments where it's like, if you play standard, you're just going to lose. If you just wait for the game to be finished, you're not going to go anywhere with it. So for me, this was the best they could have done for the last game. At least try it, go out with a bang. Got themselves, I think it was 17 kills? Was it by the end of it? Something like that. Excuse me. But DRX just too damn good. Too damn good for the side of Hanwha Life Challengers. And they'll go up now against Max. Max in the finals. You know, the number 1 team from the LDL coming in here, going up against the number 3 team from the LCK Challengers. These are the kind of things we want to see. But, like, I mean, look, 3-0, but this game was... It was close till it wasn't. You could see it just slowly but surely ticking up, and DRX made a very good main for themselves. Plenty of deaths for a lot of their players, but... yeah, this was
and pretty dominating 3-0 there for DRX. Once the ball started rolling down that hill, it did not kind of stop really. But well done on the solo casting. Thank you, Nate. Appreciate it. But yeah, 18-17. Hanwha gave it all in the last bit, but DRX just too damn strong. The Dokdom redemption arc shall continue down its path of canon. And we'll see. Look, I think there's a lot to be said about a lot of these players. I think Frog looked decent. Sponge could be someone we see in the LCK next year. So Tab looks legit. Had a bad game number 4 or 3, but I genuinely believe he's a good player. Maybe there's a spot for Dokdom. The problem is for Dokdom, and it's the problem for most of these players, is that you look at LCK and you go, who do you replace, you know? Who do you take over? And that's kind of this crazy thing, but and yeah, I mean, I gotta give props. This was Hanwha trying their absolute hardest, and they made a go of it. But the Zeri just not enough. If this was Zeri from 5 or 6 patches ago, maybe, but not Zeri now. She's just not quite able. This Dokdom 1v1, getting the feathers underneath the tower to turn this one around. This is with a Zeri having static shiv and you not having your first completed item. Just very well played there by Dokdom, but bit by bit, little by little, DRX started to wrestle back control. Hanwha tried their hardest. You can see just how long it takes to take down these health bars. The extra little bit of manpower they needed, the extra little bit of summoners and such to take them all down. And Frog became a toad, and you don't mess with toads. That's just how it is. Frogs are cute. Toads are big burly dudes. That's exactly what he was there in this game, just constantly putting pressure in. Really well, kind of. Really well done. I mean, this was a bit of a chaotic game. I think we needed a chaotic game to end it all off. We needed some kind of more fights. We needed more chaos and people to kind of press the limits after game 1 and 2, where very little happened. And by the time the things did happen, the game was over. So glad to see Hanwha send us out with a little bit of a bang. And I mean, look, Frog just making sure he kept his clean sheet. Not a single death, and this is the last one. Look at this damage right now. Just everyone getting shoved together. And sure, you got a kill, but I don't think it matters at that point. You killed Satab, but it did not matter. MVP in this one, it had to be Frog. 8-0-0, 44 kill participation, kill participation. Man was a monster. Man was a monster. And the Jacks became the Jacks of our solo queued solo queue fears, you know? Our nightmares of solo queue were the Jacks just unkillable. And that was basically the story of this series. I feel like in every kind of conceivable way, there was always an answer there for the side of DRX to what Hanwha tried to throw in at them. But that's the second semi-final. 3-0. We got Max coming in now against DRX Challengers. That is going to be our final tomorrow. I believe that is going to be a solo cast by Nymera. And we got a preview for tomorrow. So let's have a look at the preview right now. I don't know if it's a video or a graphic, but let's have a look. Preview? Do we have a preview? Maybe not. Maybe it lives. I don't know. Maybe it's just a little thing of it, but I think that is still going to be good for Hanwha to kind of come into this one here. And it's funny as well because you kind of look at it from, you know, like the two teams that made it to the semifinals here for LCK weren't the two teams that you expected. Everyone thought it would be DK Challengers and Nangshin. Neither did. It was the 3 and 4 seed that made it on the other side of it. But today's match results is going to be the 3-0. There it is on your screens. Took us a hell of a long time to get there. Thank you to DRX. I can now catch my flight. But the frog has been unclogged. Daddy Toad MVP. But yeah, let's have a look at the knockout stage as we do finally get ourselves to the finals. That will be tomorrow. Max versus DRX Challengers is our finals. LDL versus LCK Challengers. You couldn't have written a better script. And if you did, people would have said it was corny. That's just sports, baby. But I mean, it was pretty likely we were going to get LPL versus LCK in the final. Maybe not 100%, but definitely likely. I mean, it was guaranteed once we had it, but yeah, there it is. LDL versus LCK Challengers League. This is going to mark the kind of best of the new and up-and-coming talent for both of these leagues. And you can tell there's always a little bit of regional pride between the China versus Korea matchups. We always love to see it. So, but yeah, I believe that is everything we go. So yeah, we can finish. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you so much for chatting to me in chat. And I'll see you guys next time. It's been fun. Goodbye.